7 o'clock, and I'm going to call the May 23rd meeting of the Planning Commission to order. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. The Planning Commission is a body that is appointed by the Town Council to consider land use issues all the way from residential second-story additions to major projects, ordinances, and things like that. We follow a process which you'll learn as we go through, but essentially we will get a staff presentation. The members of the commission will ask questions that they might have regarding that report. The person that is proposing the project, the applicant, gets time to talk to us. We might ask questions. Anybody else that wants to talk could do that, and then the applicant can come up again, and then the commission will make a decision. So that we don't get distracted, I would really appreciate it if any of you have electronic devices, if you could put them on silent. We would really appreciate it, because sometimes we get feedback or it gets distracting if it goes off. And with that, I am going to ask for the roll call.
Commissioner Sayoc?
Here.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Here.
Commissioner Talsfor?
Here.
Vice Chair Erickson?
Here.
And Chair Jensen.
Here. And Commissioner Talsfor, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? The next item on our agenda is to consider whether we have any written communications. We actually do have one. It's a desk item on our item number 3. It's a rewrite of a paragraph for the state density bonus. We got that electronically earlier today, and so when we get to that item, if you need time to read it, let me know, please. The next is requested continuances. We don't have any. Next thing we do is that commissioners, in addition to serving on this body here for our meetings, also serve on different subcommittees which consider different things in the town. Our general plan, our historic sites, projects that want to come into town. So this is the opportunity for the commissioners that serve on those subcommittees to give us a report about what is occurring in those. And Vice Chair Erickson, Historic Preservation.
The Historic Preservation Committee met this afternoon, considered architectural and site application to potentially demolish a house at 238 Bachman, and had to continue the item to a subsequent meeting for the lack of quorum for that particular item, since there were people who had to recuse themselves. We also had an informal discussion with an applicant who's interested in demolishing another home at 16922 Mitchell Avenue, which is actually across the street from the so-called Honda project in terms of situating it in town. It's an interesting question in the course of the conversation that we've requested the Mike Machado to weigh in on, whether what the balance is between what sort of restrictions there are imposed by the changes in the building code that may require us to meet the building code and not protect historic structures in the town.
And the General Plan Committee met this afternoon. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Chair. The General Plan Committee met immediately prior to this meeting, and we have been working diligently on the affordable housing overlay zones. We had an in-depth discussion about the realities of financing certain affordability units, and we've made some recommendations to changes to the affordable housing overlay zone pursuant to that discussion. And then after that, we went on to a review of the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone design guidelines. We got through most of the introductory material, and at our next meeting, we're going to be going housing type by housing type to get into the specifics. So, and if there are no other subcommittee reports, I just remind the chair that I think we skipped the minutes.
Thank you very much. But I think that we have, since our last meeting, also had a North 40 advisory committee meeting, I believe. which was on, help me out, May 15th. When was it? Anyway, it was last week, May 15th. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Sayoc to summarize that for us.
Okay. This is a true test of my memory. Yes, we did have our meeting on May 16th. And the intent of the meeting was to go into more detail of the proposed land uses for the North 40. And again, the North 40 is the parcel of land that is, the boundaries are Lark Avenue, Los Gatos Boulevard, Highway 85, and Highway 17. And of the 6 uses that are being proposed to be allowed, not necessarily that it must be there, was restaurant, office, retail, housing, entertainment, recreation, and I keep...
Hotel.
And hotel, excuse me. So those are the 6 proposed uses. We did not get to housing, and we did not complete the discussion on retail. But of the other 4, we did have good discussion on, for example, on hotel, what types of hotel, what are some of the elements of a hotel that we would consider allowable if it should go there. And so those were the types of general but detailed discussion we had on the North 40. And this discussion will continue again. I can't remember the exact, I believe it is, was it June 5? June 5th is our next meeting. That will be advertised, and we really do highly encourage people to attend. There are a group that are consistently there sharing their opinions, and we welcome everyone's opinion on the matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Sayoc. And for those of you that might be interested, our next General Plan Committee meeting will be on June 13th prior to the Planning Commission. And thank you very much, Commissioner Bourgeois. I did skip the approval of the minutes. Has everyone had a chance to look at the minutes of May 9th? And if so, does anyone have a motion or any corrections or amendments to the minutes? Commissioner Talsfor.
I will move to approve the minutes of May 9th, 2012. And I reviewed them. They were fine.
Is there a second? Commissioner Erickson?
Second.
Commissioner Smith. So it's been moved to approve by Commissioner Talsfor, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. The next item on our agenda is verbal communications. This is a time when anybody that is here and would like to speak to us about an item that is not on our regular agenda, this is the time that you may do so. You have 3 minutes to discuss any item that you care to discuss with us. We won't take any action on it, but we will hear what you have to say. Is there anybody that would like to speak to us now? Okay, seeing no one. Before I go to the first item on our agenda, I am going to announce, I think applicants do know this, that we are going to reverse the order of items 3 and 4. So we will take the state density bonus law as our last item on the agenda, and the proposal for the Los Gatos Shopping Center will be item number 3. Okay, with that, the next item we have is one item on our consent calendar, and that is 109 Sund Avenue, Architecture and Site Application S-12-024. It's requesting approval to construct an addition to a single-family residence, which would result in a floor area of over 5,000 square feet. And essentially, the request is to finish an existing basement cellar space. At this time, anyone who wishes to pull this item from our agenda may do so, and we will discuss it as a regular and complete application. If there's no one that wants to pull the item, seeing no one, is there a motion? Commissioner Erickson.
I'll move to adopt the consent calendar item as described by the chair.
Is there a second?
I second.
Commissioner Sayoc. Any discussion on the motion? So it's moved for approval by Commissioner Erickson, seconded by Commissioner Sayoc. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Passes unanimously. So we'll move to item number 2, which is a continued item from our last meeting. which is 14251 Winchester Boulevard, conditional use permit application U-11-020, architecture and site application S-11-091. Mr. Lean? And as you know, Mr. Lean, you have 5 minutes for presentation, you or anyone that you have brought with you cumulatively.
Okay, I won't need all that time. Your staff report recommends approval of this project and goes over in detail our response to your comments from the last hearing in April. I would like simply to summarize the changes we've made, and we will answer any questions you may have following that. First of all, the roof height has, we have 3 roof elements. 2.
Excuse me, Mr. Lean. Are you sure your mic is on? We're having a little trouble hearing you.
How would I know that?
I'm not sure. Our trusty assistant will figure that out. Okay, thank you.
We've got 3 roof elements. 2 of them have been lowered by 3 feet. Another one has been lowered by 3.5 feet. We have confirmed with both the town's professional engineering department and the traffic consultant that the circulation plan, the parking circulation plan, is very efficient, and there's no technical reason for modifying it, and no functional improvements would be realized by doing so. We have made these changes to the parking circulation. Knowles Avenue entrance will be designated a right turn in, right turn out only. And we have added a speed hump in the parking lot to discourage through traffic. We are not reducing the number of driveways. There are 3 driveways entering the property, and once again, there's no technical reason for taking any out. There's no change in level of surface by at the intersections by doing so, and simply not a rationale for removing any of those 3 driveways. Street improvements in the area will make a substantial improvement in circulation, and removal of any driveway would actually have a detrimental effect on that improvement. We have added, you asked for 2 additional parking spaces, although they're not required by our use, but we have added 1 parking space on the Capri Drive side of the project. You asked for more articulation of the landscape, and we've added sheet L2 of the drawings, which not only describes in more detail the character of the landscaping we are proposing, but also compares it to the existing landscaping at Vasona Station. The trash enclosure, which was always indicated as to be covered with a vine on all sides, has been moved slightly off the property line to ensure an adequate area for those vines to grow. We've added a 4-foot wood fence separating our property from the property directly to the south of us. We have saved tree number 3, which is a coast live oak, formerly proposed to be removed, and 4 other trees, existing trees on the property, will be relocated and reused on the property. And then finally, you asked us for a design more sympathetic to Vasona Station next door, and in that regard, we have simplified the roof overhang details to be more like those at the shopping center next door. I am ready to answer any questions you might have, and our landscape architect is here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. And commissioners, let me remind you, I think that if you weren't made aware, I was made aware that Heather Bradley, the staff person on this, is not here tonight, but Sandy Bailey can answer your questions. That's why we didn't have a staff presentation. But we'll do that after you ask your questions of Mr. Lean, if you have any, if we can do it that way. So questions for Mr. Lean. Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is just a recapitulation in my own mind. I went out and looked at it again today, and would you remind me of what the setback from Winchester is today before the new building goes in, and what it will be when the new building in other words, how does it compare?
The required setback from the property line is 15 feet. This project will be 15 feet from our property line. The difference is the public sidewalk will be located partly on our property, but there's no change in the property line location, and the 15-foot setback requirement is unchanged.
What I'm wondering is, if you look today at the edge of the building, which fronts Winchester, and you were to measure that to the curb, for example,
I see.
how would that compare with the proposed building?
You're wondering what the difference is between the existing and proposed?
Yes, yes.
I don't have that dimension on my plan.
Let me tell you my impression, that- and you, I'm not asking for exactly the footage, but I want to make sure my impression was correct. It looks like the existing building is set back further than the new building will be, and I'm not sure that's right, but that's what it appeared to be.
Yes, that's right.
So is that in orders of magnitude 5 feet more or 2 feet more?
It's probably 8 to 10 feet closer to the street than the existing building. It shows very clearly on sheet 2 of your drawing. It doesn't have a dimension, but it gives you the relative difference.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Donnell, did that answer your question? Or do you have a
Yes,
follow-up?
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I could follow through, maybe I should get his comment. When
Okay.
you look at that proposal and the existing building from, for example, the Aldo's side, and you look at across the street at the two buildings there, which includes the Netflix building, they, of course, are set back considerably for other reasons. But this particular building, as proposed, looks like it will be very close, 15 feet, as you put it, to the street, closer than it presently is, and taller than it presently is, and bigger than it presently is. So I guess all that's correct. Is that?
That's all correct.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Lean? Commissioner Talsfor.
Thank you. I guess what I'm going to say is that when I looked at the building, in reviewing this, comparing it to what I think the Planning Commission's discussion was at the last meeting, what I essentially see is the same building. And I respectfully have to tell you that the Planning Commission really talked a lot about views to the hills that were behind this building that are now significantly still blocked, even though you've lowered the towers somewhat. And I believe that I had asked that there not be a wall of turrets along Winchester because it's so close now. It's closer now. It will be closer. This building will be closer now to the street. And really, the character of that street is that all of those buildings are set back. And if we were to go to the commercial design guidelines, for lighted intersections, it says for sure to be very careful about preserving views. So can you please respond to me about how you came up with, or this redesign? I mean, I don't consider this a redesign. So I have to ask you, did you consider any other concepts prior to what you submitted to this meeting?
Our building's 18 feet tall if you do not count the roof elements.
Yes, but you're also, the grade level is where?
It goes from about 1.5 to 3 feet above the street. The street is sloping down as it goes towards San Jose. And our property, of course, the building foundation is on level ground, but it goes from 1.5 foot at the Los Gatos end to 3 feet at the San Jose end. And it's my point being, it's only an 18-foot tall building. We'd like anybody who has a commercial piece of property to have some presence on the street. We don't want to be just anonymous and blend into the background. We want to draw some attention to ourselves. The fact that the two roof elements on Winchester Boulevard might have a momentary interference with your view of the hills seems not significant compared to the other issues that we are also trying to address. As I say, the building's 18 feet tall, except for these two roof elements.
So can I ask why it's a single-story building, correct?
Yes.
So why are we at 18 feet?
It's a requirement of our medical tenant.
Oh, you have a tenant already?
Yes.
And what's the requirement? May I just ask the requirement so I understand this, so I can?
Right. They want to have 14-foot ceilings inside the building, and they want 4 feet above that ceiling and below the roof itself to run air ducts, air conditioning, fire sprinklers, cabling, plumbing. They have extensive utility requirements for this particular medical use, and part of their agreement with my client is we are going to sign an agreement and you are going to provide a building with these particular qualities to it, including 4 feet above a 14-foot high ceiling for running of the utilities to supply their medical activities. The result being it's an 18-foot building.
So there's no other way to design a ceiling on the inside?
This
Help me out.
particular tenant has the services they provide all over the country. They have a way of doing things, and if you want them to be your tenant, this is the way you do it. And as I say, I don't think 18 feet is especially tall, and I think we can meet their requirements and still meet the goals of the town of Los Gatos.
And the towers are for architectural significance, period?
In my opinion, it's a very plain building. We're asking for 2 pieces of tiled roof that match many of the roofs of our neighbors to draw some attention and give it a presence on the street.
So-
It's a 6-lane street. It's easy to drive by and not see.
About that, I mean, right now, what I see are those gorgeous hills, so I'm struggling with this. May I have just a few more minutes? So, in your plans, the landscaping plans on page 4, you do show some trees.
Or is elevations? What drawings are you looking at? What sheet are you looking at?
Page 4 elevations.
Okay.
You show elevations of the building and then some trees that are shown at their maturity. And I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, well, I think those trees are probably going to be some of the landmark of your building. And they look like they're in front of the tower. So I don't know what the trees are. I'm trying to help. I'm struggling with this. I hope other commissioners are going to weigh in because.
Well, let me see if I'm getting your question right. You're looking at sheet 4 and I think maybe what you're trying to express is that at maturity, the trees will cover the towers, so why towers? Is
Yeah,
that?
right,
Okay.
basically.
Mr. Lean, does that make any sense to
And
you that you can answer?
My point is that you can get the significant, I would believe that significance could happen without towers to buildings. Believe me. We do
I
have
think we're going
some,
to have to agree to disagree on that particular
I
point.
understand that you would do that. It's your design, I appreciate that. So, but I have to think that we have an awful lot of towers in our town, and I don't know how they significantly relate to the character of what we're trying to protect. I'm here like this.
And Commissioner Talsfor, if you have something else, I'm going to ask for other questions, and if you have something else, let me know. Other commissioners have questions. Commissioner Smith.
I just have a question that I know you can answer easily. The footprint of the current building is how many square feet? I think it's 15,000, but
The existing building you're asking
Yes.
about? It's 5,380.
5,000. And you're building a building that is how many square feet?
13,889.
So
889.
2.5 times more. I think the issue that the other 2 commissioners have brought up is one that struck me as well when I went back and I looked at the adjusted story poles. For some reason, the building just seemed to crowd Winchester, where before, I was worried about that ingress egress on Knowles, and then all of a sudden I really looked at it and it just felt like the building was right there on the street. But have you changed that setback?
No,
No.
It
yes.
wasn't an item of discussion on our last hearing. It didn't seem to be a bone of contention, and we made no changes.
And when you adjusted the story poles, because I know we were told that story poles were adjusted, what they were adjusted was for that height differential. Is that correct or not?
2 of those came down by 3 feet, and 1 came down by 3.5 feet.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to clarify, perception versus reality is really what I was looking at. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, Commissioner Talasford, I'm going to make sure you got your questions answered before I have Mr. Lean sit down.
I guess one thing. I do have one other question, and it's about the oak that is being saved in the back off on Capri.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
The oak tree that's being
Oh, yes, being
preserved on the
saved.
back by Capri
Yes.
Avenue. It said that you were going to cover the surface of it or around it with
Impervious,
impervious.
which means,
Okay,
I'm sorry, I think you have it right. I think it's pervious. Water can
yes.
drain through.
thank you. Not so, but, so I just wondered, is that something that was agreed to by arborists? I mean, oak trees are pretty,
It was recommended by the arborist.
to do it that way, and
Uh-huh.
I'm just concerned about the survival of that.
Right. No,
Tree.
this is the way it's done.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Lean. I don't have another card on this, so before you, okay. Thank you, Mr. Lean, and someone is going to come up.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we do have a distribution that the next speaker would like, but we do not have enough copies, so I would need to go and make some copies,
Okay.
or unless you want to share.
How long is it?
3 pages.
Okay. What I'd like to do is perhaps if Ms. Prop can make the copies, and then, because I have some, or someone else, because I have some questions for staff, and maybe we can do that while other people read it, because 3 pages is pretty long, so. Or we'll just take a break and get it and read it. A very short break. Or let's just share. Let's just share, and then give me Ms. Quintana, is it essential to your oral presentation that we have your written presentation, or can you go ahead and speak to us without us being fully aware of what's in your written communication?
I think it's probably necessary for you to have the written, because I could not possibly cover it all in 3 minutes unless you give me more time. You don't need it.
Okay, no, what I'm really asking is, can you speak to us and then we can take time to read it? Would that work?
I'm not sure that what I'm saying would totally make sense, but
Okay.
I can try, and then if you...
All right, let's take a moment for us to read it. Okay. And do we have a copy for the applicant? Okay. Would members of the commission just give me a high sign when you're ready to proceed? Charles, can you go? Can we go? Okay, we've had a chance to look at the submitted document and make it a part of the record. Could you please state your name for us and submit a card if you haven't already?
Thank you. Lee Quintanov. Happy to be here again. I wish I could be at home, but I do have some comments to make. After reviewing the video of the last meeting, which I was unable to attend, and reviewing the proposed changes in the staff reports, I made several observations, which I've listed in my letter. Primarily, I was surprised to find two things, which were pretty obvious to me. One was, and I think it was verified again by Mr. Lean, that this project design was dictated by the tenant, not by the site or the town's guidelines. And secondly, at your last meeting, there was absolutely no discussion regarding the CUP. All the discussion revolved around site and architecture. The staff report lists 4 findings that must be made in order to approve the project, or gives the commission the ability to approve the project if they choose. Wording is may. And provided the reasons why staff felt the findings were met. I think I could make findings that did not support the required findings as easily as the staff made those that did support it. However, the staff report did not note, as your list of the required findings page, that the commission can also deny the project if any one of 4 findings can be made. And if you look at my letter, the last 3 bullets, any one of them would provide evidence to support the findings for denial. Just to give an example, the findings for denial with respect to general plan compliance and commercial design line compliance. Policy TR 2.3 requires the dedication and fee of land for street improvements. Policy TR 2.4 requires, and these are shalls, to minimize curb cuts. And policy TRA 3.7, oh shoot, I'm going to skip that. I think it's important that this is an area of town where residents recognize that there is limited neighborhood commercial availability, and while there are other areas in town that can accommodate medical offices, this area already has a concentration of those offices, and there is very limited opportunity for other commercial neighborhood type uses in this area.
Thank you. Let me see if there's, you're done. So let me see if there's questions for you. Let me see.
I can amplify Tom's question about setbacks.
Well, he can ask you that question if he wants to. because I really do want to keep everybody under
Could I
the
just
same rules.
remark
Yeah.
that I did read
Oh,
your
okay.
comments. I do understand your comments.
Yeah.
And when we close public hearing, I hate to do it that way, but then I'll be discussing the comments.
Okay, and can I just make one more comment of apology? I really did not intend to get these these items in after the deadline for desk items, but life doesn't listen to my planning, and I particularly apologize to Commissioner O'Donnell because I know he is very irritated by late submittals.
Well, hang on a second. We very much appreciate your apology. I was going to make a comment that it would be very, very helpful to us. I understand that it's difficult to put everything down on a piece of paper when you're coming up with ideas, but it would be very helpful to how the meeting works so that we don't have to take a break to read it, so that we can understand your comments a lot better and ask appropriate questions. And I think it's also more fair to the applicant to have an opportunity to know what you're submitting to us. So to the extent that it's at all possible for you to submit these documents so that we can consider them properly, because I know you want them considered properly, please make an effort to get them in
I
by
do
the
make
deadline.
an effort, but this, in fact, I did actually email them in to Heather twice, and on an email that I have used before, and they got sent back to me as rejected. So I did make the effort to get them in.
Oh, we appreciate that. On the off chance that you're going to submit something else, please try.
Well, I did submit something else for item 3, which I have already given to Sandy.
Okay, so if we can get that, appreciate it. So, yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want the record to reflect, I think the comment that I have often been irritated by late submittals is accurate. However, I do want the record to reflect, I'm not irritated by this. I've gone over it. I actually appreciate the effort that went into it. And any decision that I will make tonight will not be the result of irritation. So.
Well, thank you for that comment. I don't think any of us thought that you were irritated. But Ms. Quintana, basically what my comments to you are directed toward making sure that your comments and oral comments and written comments get the full attention of the Planning Commission and also get to be digested by others. So that would be helpful. And I know that you want us to fully consider them, so that would be really helpful. Does anyone else want to speak to us about this particular project before I call Mr. Lean back up? Okay. Seeing no one, Mr. Lean, you have 3 minutes to respond.
I would refer to the last page of the staff report that recommends the approval, that all the findings can be made, that we comply with the general plan, commercial design guidelines, no reason not to approve the conditional use permit. I don't know what else to say. I don't know if you ever see a project that complies with all of the findings of every portion of the general plan. This one certainly doesn't do that, and I'd be the first to admit that. As far as these first 3 bullets that we referred to, let me ask about TRA 2.4, minimize curb cuts. I got 3 driveways. How can I minimize the curb cuts any more than that? Obtain fee title to the underlying easements rather than the easements. This is something that the town engineering department worked with us so that they could make their improvements. This project could go forward as we had designed it, and I think we're working hand in hand with the town to allow a significant improvement to that particular intersection, that part of town. There's no one here tonight in the neighborhood protesting this project or requesting that we put in a commercial center. There's a very fine center in Vasona Station right next door. No one has ever said to me, gee, I wish you'd put in a shopping center. There is certainly a big demand for medical services in this town. It has a very good reputation as a destination for medical services, both Samaritan Drive and Knowles Drive. To say that this is not a use that's going to serve the community, I think, is a misnomer. That's all I have to say in response. I would like to say, though, last time we were before you, you closed the public hearing, and then there were a number of questions that weren't part of the discussion, the public hearing that we are having right now. If you can do this, I'd like to have the opportunity to respond to questions that you may have that we haven't already addressed, but I'd be precluded from doing so once you close the public hearing.
I'll keep your request in mind, but you have had an opportunity to speak to us, and we've had an opportunity to ask your questions. I do have some questions of staff, and I'm going to, because our staff member wasn't here previously, I think there are procedural policy questions that can be answered by the staff. If there's some consensus by commissioners that we really need to call you back up, we will. But other than that, for now, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Okay, I'd like to make one more request of you. If you can't approve it tonight, we'd appreciate a denial.
Right, we'll keep that under consideration. And you sat down before. I think there's a question for you from Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yeah, I had one more question before you close the public hearing. I wanted to hear public testimony before I asked my question. A little bit of a preface. I did not vote for the motion last time because I generally didn't share the level of concern that my fellow commissioners did. I was fairly comfortable with the project. That being said, I think what's come back to us is better. But I do have kind of an odd concern, and that is on other projects at prominent intersections where we've been concerned about hillside views, and we keep asking architects to bring elements down. We've had architects stand where you are and say, we can bring it down, but then the proportions are going to be wrong for the building. And there have been projects that have been built that I think about that every time I drive by them now, because I look at them and I say, you know what, the proportions are wrong on that building because we've squatted it down a little too much.
Panera Bread is a good example.
So I want your architectural opinion about whether the height reductions you've made still are going to work architecturally, if that makes sense.
I'm happy with them the way they are. I'd be sorry if they got any lower.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lean. And now I am going to close the public. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have been wrestling with whether this is a comment, which I should just save, or whether it's a question. However, I'm sympathetic to what you've said about once we close it, you're sitting out there sort of defenseless. I'll tell you my concern, which is in a sense a question, because it will be asking for your opinion as an expert, even though for one side. I'm not concerned with the height of your building. I'm not concerned with the elements. When you look at that street and you look over at Netflix and you look at this, Netflix has a similar roof but much bigger. It kind of blends in with the other side of the street, as a matter of fact. But what I noticed today is that whereas the other buildings are way recessed from the street for reasons like a train track, but they're really recessed from Winchester, your building proposed actually gets closer to Winchester than it is today. So it goes up and it goes out. And as I say, I don't have a problem with the height. But when you take the creep towards the street and take the height, at least from my standpoint, when you look at a streetscape, that building, yes, it will be noticeable, but it will be noticeable for the wrong reasons. It will be noticeable for creeping on to Winchester, whereas nothing else in that area does that. Your building, I think, will sort of stick out. So that's, nobody asked me to sit here and be an architect. I'd be a lousy architect. But that's simply my impression, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Let's look at an easy solution to this would be, maybe not an easy solution, but a solution. Put the parking at the street and the building behind. Netflix does that. I think that's poor urban planning. I'd much rather have the building on the street frontage than be looking at a sea of cars with my destination on the opposite side of that parking lot. I think it's good urban planning. That's what you've got downtown. That's what the magic of downtown Los Gatos is, that the streets are on the sidewalk. The cars, there's no big parking lots. The reverse of that is get out of your car sometime and walk down Stevens Creek Boulevard. You don't want to do it. It's an extremely unpleasant experience. Now, downtown is a 2-lane street. Winchester Boulevard at this location is 6 lanes, if I'm not mistaken, at least 6 including the parking lanes. it's not a especially friendly pedestrian environment. And to put the buildings then away from the street and the cars between the building and the street only makes that situation worse. Any old city you've traveled to, whether in America or Europe, pre-automobile age, has the buildings on the street, and that's the essential quality of a pedestrian environment. And I'm not saying this is going to be a pedestrian environment, but it's going to be a more friendly environment than it would be if we did not have the building on the street. It's a very simple concept.
Let me say, I don't disagree with anything you said. However, it doesn't get to the point that I perhaps inarticulately raised, which is because of its creep onto the street. It stands out for that creep. There's nothing downtown or other places that we admire which stand out as compared to the other buildings adjacent or nearby. This building will be closer to the street. When you look at Netflix, I mean, that Netflix, I'm not trying to hold Netflix up for any kind of model at all. All I'm saying is when you look at that thoroughfare, Netflix does not come out to the street. Part of the reason for that is not just the parking, it's the railroad tracks. And I don't know what the setback is I don't know what the railroad owns there, or how wide it is, but it probably helps the streetscape. Your building, whereas in the past was set back further, now creeps closer. As I said before, I have no trouble with the height. I have no trouble with your columns. And I didn't have trouble when you were here before. But I do have trouble with it creeping on towards Winchester. And you can say, well, we're within the legal setbacks and whatever. But, and I'm not asking you to put parking in front of it. But, you know, one solution is there's nothing that says we have to approve the size of this building, I don't think. And so one solution to the creep is to, you know, that's up to you how you solve it, but one simple solution is not make the building as big. I'm not recommending that. I'm sympathetic with the use. I don't find it unusual that people design to a use as opposed to design to a code. That's logical. But I'm just sharing with you my concerns that when you look down the streetscape and you see your proposed building, it will stand out differently than every other building within the eyesight of standing at Aldo's looking, I guess that's sort of southwest.
I agree with you, but I think we come to different conclusions as to what the effect is on the visual environment down there. I think it's a positive effect.
Other questions for Mr. Lean? Okay, seeing no one, this time I really am going to close the public portion of the hearing. And look to the commissioners for any questions they have, and I know this is backwards, of staff. And Commissioner Smith, I thought I saw your hand up. Did I? No? Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, did I see your hand up, or are you just turning off your mic? You're turning off your mic. Oh, that's what I was seeing, pointing to turn your mic off. Okay. My question refers to page 2 of the applicant's letter of justification, number 4 at the top. And it starts out additional parking. And it says the proposed parking meets the requirements for the proposed use. Okay. If at some future date there is a desire to change the use, then that use would trigger a new CUP. I want to know whether that's true or not. Isn't medical office, and if that's true, why would there be a new CUP?
Because the CUP is required for this building. So if they change the use, the parking would need to reevaluate the parking.
Okay, but then, well, I'm just asking whether the assertion that's made in the applicant's letter is true, if there's a changed use that it would trigger a new CUP, because often what we're doing is saying, okay, you can have a CUP for a restaurant. If another restaurant comes in, there's no new CUP. So why would it be in this case that it would require a new CUP?
Are you asking if it changed from medical use to a different type of medical use?
I'm just asking if it's correct, the assertion that's contained in the letter. it would trigger a new CUP.
If it changed to a non-medical use or a non-office use, then no, a new CUP would not be required, but then it wouldn't meet the parking requirement.
Correct.
So then we would need to go through architecture and site approval to evaluate the parking lot.
Okay, because one of my concerns from last time was that if we had one or two more parking spaces, this could be a multi-use building, but we don't have that. And we still don't have that. And what the applicant is asserting is that that's okay because if the use changed, there'd be a CUP. And all I'm trying to figure out is whether that's true or not.
Not if it's a use that doesn't trigger a CUP, which
Okay.
retail would not.
Thanks. Other questions of staff? Commissioner Sayak.
Yes, the questions regarding the traffic component, I believe the island on Knowles, and at the last meeting, we had a rather in-depth discussion on traffic and circulation, and I can't find it in the minutes, and I just need a reminder. Was that something that we had asked of the applicant, or was that something that was suggested but just left open? The installation of the island in Knowles.
Are you talking about there was a suggestion for a very thin strip to prevent people coming across?
Yes, I believe. But then also
was
my
a
recollection,
suggestion.
it was just a suggestion. Okay.
And jump in if you recall differently. Chair O'Donnell.
We had, I thought, I know that I had extension concerns because I've been trapped out there recently before this hearing. And for example, the letter we've received late this evening makes, I think, some good points about that. We did discuss how to prevent that, and it's very dangerous. I did not get a feeling of pushback by the applicant. The letter of Lee Quintana talks about how to condition that, which I think, were we to pass this evening, I would personally like to see required, such as whether it's a thin median strip or whatever it is. But she makes some good suggestions there that should be conditioned. But I thought we had fairly thorough discussion on that. I'm not suggesting we required it as any kind of condition, but I would have thought, having discussed it, it would be obvious that it was one of our concerns.
Commissioner Sayak, did that help you out?
That did. And actually, just one more question on that. With regard to the curb cuts, those driveways that are there were existing driveways? I just need confirmation.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Erickson.
Just for Ms. Bailey, just to be sure I'm understanding this correctly. So the setbacks for the building meet the requirements of setbacks from the property line,
Correct.
but the owner of the property is allowing the town to build sidewalks on their property, correct?
Correct, with an easement.
With an easement on the property.
Correct.
So therefore, from what would be the public sidewalk, there would not be a 15-foot setback from the public sidewalk.
Correct.
I know it's not required, but I'm just, as a matter of information.
That is correct.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just a question on sidewalks. It never occurred to me that you could build a building without a sidewalk. I mean, the suggestion here is that somebody's doing us a favor by putting the sidewalk in, and therefore the setback should be treated as if somebody just did a favor, and therefore we're going to have a different setback. Isn't there a requirement that if they're going to build this 13,000 square foot building, is it the town's problem about the sidewalk?
Good evening. The sidewalk, it would as far as frontage improvements, would be required. But given that the town is currently planning on designing that intersection and that segment of Knowles through that, it was discussed at that time that we would do a joint effort together as far as the easement and then being able to design the street improvements to match the CIP project.
And I assume that has nothing to do with the Planning Commission. In other words, it's all very interesting, but I don't know what it has to do with the idea of a setback being a visual thing, for one thing. I think it's nice that the town works with the applicant and they can solve their mutual problems, but I'm not quite sure what that does for the planning commission.
Let me ask a question of staff to follow up on that to make sure that my understanding is correct. It was my understanding that the applicant is actually proposing that easement granted for the sidewalk is a community benefit, and that the planning commission needs to determine whether that community benefit is adequate, because we're required to make a finding of community benefit. Is that right?
That is correct.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
And I assume if the community benefit, if town finally said, no, forget it, we're not going to do that, the traffic impact of this project would, of course, be aggravated. There's already a difficulty at that corner. If you didn't improve it by the town, as the town proposes, it's quite possible that we'd be wanting an EIR for the impact of this building. So I don't know that this is a zero-sum game that it just sounds like somebody's doing us a favor. It's a community benefit to help solve a problem, a traffic problem, that in part will be impacted by this development. So it's a kind of a circular thing. So if anybody has any response to that, and I think
You just summarized my problem with community benefits. Other questions for staff?
Just for clarification, separate and aside from this project, the town has a CIP project for this intersection. If the town is unable to work with the applicant, then it's likely that the town would move forward with the CIP project for as planned, but we would have to acquire the necessary right-of-way by some other mechanism.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
It puts us again in an interesting problem. I understand what you're saying.
I'm not advocating.
Okay.
I'm just giving you information that the project is separate and
I'm just
apart
throwing it out to
from.
my
Okay,
fellow
let's don't have a discussion between Ms. Pop and Commissioner O'Donnell.
I want to just say to my fellow commissioners, for everybody's consideration, my view is whether the town would have to condemn the property or not condemn the property is not relevant to whether or not, as the result of either condemnation or agreement, what does it do to the impact of the building? What does it look like? And my concern had been that we've got building creep. And to say, well, we've got building creep because they're really good guys, they're working with the town to solve this parking problem, that's a really interesting planning consideration for the Planning Commission. So I throw it out in the sense of, I don't think that's where we go, but I could be wrong on that, and I'd sure like to hear my fellow commissioners.
Okay, we're gonna keep it to questions for staff, not a pre-motion discussion. We can discuss after a motion, or if you're prepared to throw out a motion and indicate you have some concerns, that would be fine too, but I'm really trying to avoid the pre-motion discussion. If you have a question for staff, happy to. Yes, there actually is. Would you like me to? Yes. Resolution 2010-106 of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos, amending Planning Commission policies and procedures and rescinding Resolution 2001-42. Section 2.4, commissioners should not debate or offer opinions on the merit of a project when asking questions of staff, asking questions of applicants, asking questions of the audience. Then it indicates that a motion should be made then, and only then the commission will debate. So I would ask us to make a motion and then debate. What I'm concerned with, Commissioner O'Donnell, is that I don't think that the debate should be structured. I'm not saying that you're doing this on this occasion, but I don't want the debate of the motion to basically attempt to shape how commissioners may want to make a motion or ask questions or debate after a motion is made.
Could I have a ruling from the council? Nobody's debating anything. I'm trying to understand what we're doing, and if the only way to understand what we're doing is to make a motion, that could quite be possible, but that's not what you read.
Commissioner Erickson, do you have a question of the staff? You had your hand up for a question of the staff. Commissioner Smith.
Ms. Propp, while you're working on that issue, my question to staff is just in a bigger context on that. I understand about the CIP and I understand about this particular building. The sidewalk goes all the way down from the corner of Knowles to past the fruit stand and the property that they own. So when we are going to redo the sidewalk, what you're saying is that all of that sidewalk is going to be replaced, or are we just talking about at the CIP, are we just talking about just the Knowles Winchester portion? Do you understand my question?
I'm going to defer to engineering since you're dealing with the CIP sidewalk issue.
Yes, that's correct. The frontage improvements for the sidewalk on Winchester will go past the property. On Knowles, it would be the entirety of that block, the frontage improvements on this.
All the way down to 85.
That's a little farther up. That's
because the 85 entrance is right there.
No, the improvements for this is the improvements will match to what the existing sidewalk is in that section. Past this property in question. It's the improvements won't go farther than that.
But not all the way to the end of the block. I'm on Winchester in my mind.
No.
No which?
No, it will not.
No, it will not. Okay, it's going to go past the front of the building.
Correct.
And then right next to it is the fruit stand.
Correct.
And it's going to stop before you get to the fruit stand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I just want to just conceptually, the sidewalk in front of the fruit stand will be at a different setback than the sidewalk in front of the building?
That hasn't been designed yet. We certainly can take a look at that and consider that in our CIP design.
I'm not suggesting that you do that. I'm just wondering, I'm just visually thinking about that as we talk about setback for this project. All right.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
In response to the Commission's question, the Planning Commission policies and procedures set forth a whole section 2.0 on Commissioners' conduct at meetings, and it goes on for the better part of 2 pages from 2.0 to 2.18. So I'm going to try and summarize. We'll, again, I know that we can make these available to the Commissioners. Generally, where the scheme of this section is that consensus motions are used to indicate a sense of commission and are non-action motions. Commissions are encouraged to offer consensus motions in order to focus on specific issues within a larger item or to indicate the sense of the commission. Then it goes on to say motions should be very crisp if findings are required. Not only must findings be stated, but also the reasons behind the finding. The next section is motion shall begin with the words "I move." 2.4 is commissioners should not debate or offer opinions on the merits of the project when A, asking questions of staff, B, asking questions of applicants, C, asking questions of the audience, and the sequence of asking questions should normally be questions of staff, questions of applicant or audience, questions of applicants responding to the audience. Then and only then, commission should debate. And then it goes into the conduct of how you conduct your argument and the cordiality. Happy to pass along this.
Well, then and only then, apparently came before a motion, because I haven't heard you yet mention a motion.
So it starts out that a motion is, motions, it's talks about consensus motions. Motions should be very crisp. Motion shall begin with the words "I move," and then it goes into the debating, how you ask questions. So it sort of backtracks. It does make a distinction between a consensus motion.
In other words, what you just read to me has nothing to do with discussion before a motion. It did tell us about the applicant who shouldn't debate, with whom we shouldn't debate. Nowhere did you just read to me something, we don't get to talk to each other.
if we'll certainly let you folks and the chair.
I will be glad to
generally
follow the chair's reading of it, notwithstanding my disagreement with it.
Commissioner Erickson, you had a question for staff?
Yes. And it's not a debate or anything, it's just a question. So, Ms. Bailey, the staff report recommends to the commission that they approve the project and approve the architectural site application and the CUP.
Actually, it says if you find that the applicant has met your directions from the last meeting, then staff would recommend that.
Right, but in general, suggest approval of the project.
That's correct.
And ostensibly because it, in the staff's opinion, it meets all of the applicable town guidelines and is in general responsive to the, allowing the planning commission to make the judgment whether it's responsive to the concerns that were expressed at the last meeting, if I understand the staff report correctly. So here's my question. So I shared at the last meeting and shared the concerns that's been expressed by Commissioner O'Donnell and others about the impact of the building. But if in fact one wanted to deny the project, what would the nature of the findings need to be? That's what it's nice to have a kind of a human reaction to, I don't think the building that's going to be built is going to make me feel comfortable on the site, et cetera. But that's not something that one can apply to deny a project. So what would the nature of the findings need to be if one were contemplating denying the project?
Findings would not be required to deny the project, but you do need to articulate why you are denying the project.
Can I rephrase my question? On what sort of basis then would one potentially deny the project that would be respectful of the applicable town guidelines and ordinances?
Well, you have discussed several items that you would normally ask for a redesign for the project, but since the applicant has requested that the project be denied, that would be your basis for the denial, because the applicant is not interested in redesigning it, because the impression I get, you're interested in pushing the setbacks further back, maybe doing some architectural changes to the building. So typically that would be a continuance matter. But since the applicant does not want a continuance, that would be your basis for then recommending, or for actually not recommending, but making a denial.
Ms. Prop?
Thank you. In addition to that, generally, not only in this project, but any project that it has required findings, if a commission desires, if they find that they can't make those findings, that they're, in this case, that it's not consistent with the general plan and design guidelines, that it doesn't meet the community benefit standards, that it doesn't meet the grounds for granting the conditional use permit. Again, if the commission were to speak to those issues, then that certainly gives the applicant as well as the council much more direction if they were to consider that on an appeal.
Other questions for staff? Commissioner Telesfor.
One staff question. We talked about this Knowles as being, will be on the CIP, projects in the future. Do we know when? Do we have any idea when that's going to happen?
Just to recap, this past Monday, the town council heard the budget presentation. It is scheduled to move forward with the council on June 4th meeting. It is anticipated that this project going to design this fall and construction to begin as soon as possible, either late this calendar year or early next calendar year.
And that's for the Knowles Avenue, Winchester.
That's correct.
Okay. That's because there were other issues with that
Right.
intersection. Okay,
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I'm going to let the commission decide how it wishes to proceed, whether commissioners would like to have discussion and debate prior to a motion, or whether they would prefer for there to be a motion and then have discussion and debate or voting on that motion. Commissioners, can you indicate somehow to me which you would prefer? Not besides Commissioner O'Donnell, you've made your position clear, so let's find out what other people think.
Wait a second. Let me just finish the question. It's my understanding that a commissioner can make a motion at any time, even during discussion. Are you saying that's not correct?
I'm just trying to get a sense of what other people may wish to do. If
And
they're
I'm
happy to
offering a
hear your motion,
I'm offering a motion.
Commissioner O'Donnell, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would move that we disapprove the application. And for the reasons that the community benefit, I believe, is not there, for the reasons we've discussed. The setback is inadequate. So I don't have a problem. The motion would only be on the basis of the architectural and site application, not on the basis of the conditional use application. And it would be for the reasons I've stated, which are also, bear with me for a moment. The finding for denial in section 292190C for new office building and deny the proposal as is more fully explained in Exhibit 2. But the two factual reasons that I'm talking about would be, one, the setback, and two, the community benefit. So those would be the basis for my motion to deny.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner O'Donnell to deny this project. Is there a second? Commissioner Talsfor.
I will second that, and also as a point of clarification, with the setback, were you referring to 2 under the exhibit here, that the product is consistent with general plan and common design guidelines? And I believe those are principles, but anyway, is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Factually, we have discussed precisely the problem with
The setback.
And also how you calculate the setback.
Yes, okay. I would support that. And make the comment, you're doing comments now?
Yes, make your comment.
And make the comment that I understand that architecture is subjective, but in some cases, towers, and from my perspective, my subjective perspective, is that they're becoming rather trite in this town. And I think as a commissioner, it's my right when I read the common design principles and everything else that we have, other documents, that we have to defend that and we have to protect what we have written. And I think that falls under it. They had another point and I can't remember it now. I'll come back to it.
Other comments or questions regarding the motion, Commissioner Erickson?
Actually, I have a question of staff and of the person who made the motion, both if that's permissible, Madam Chair.
Way.
So this is likely for the town attorney. So if in the event, at a later moment in time, if this project were not moving forward, if in the event that the town condemned the property or seized the property and built this, in order to do the improvements on the property, then the setback would need to be from the edge of from the property that then was owned by the town. Is that correct? It's purely a hypothetical question. Is that right?
Always challenging to answer those hypothetical questions, but generally, if an application comes in, staff would measure the setback from the property line. So it would depend on where that property line ended up and how that intersection ended up being configured, and what was necessary in order for the town and town engineers to configure the lot. So I don't so we can say that it'll always be measured from the property line. I don't believe that in that hypothetical we can assume where that property line is or where the town would end up obtaining sufficient property to complete those intersection improvements.
Presumably you were answering my question relative to the proposed buildings, right?
Correct.
Okay, I was asking even a different question than that. In the event that the building wasn't being proposed on that site, as a general question, so then if nothing was being planned on, and the town then acquired the property by condemnation or however they did that, then any future project would have to meet the setbacks from what would then be the town property that was a result of that improvement.
We'd have to look at how the ultimate judgment was, if indeed the town either entered into an agreement for that property or the court issued a judgment. Those issues may be covered in either that agreement or the judgment. And the other thing that I'm not sure that the Planning Commission can consider in that hypothetical is that just because the town determines to make the intersection improvements, that we actually take that piece of property as opposed to redesign the improvements and configure it in some other way to avoid that circumstance. So I'm not sure that we are able to really complete that hypothetical, that nor would the town want to leave anybody with the impression tonight that that property is absolutely necessary in order to complete the intersection improvements. And I see the engineer for the town nodding his head, so I'll defer to Maziar for further comments.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to confirm that in the case that this hypothetically this project does not move forward and conditions stay as is, we will take a look at the road right-of-way as it is now and factor in any possible right-of-way required and those costs into the project design. So it's really difficult to say at this point, but once we take a look at it at the design level, we can make recommendations from there.
Did you get your staff questions answered? Now you have a question for Commissioner O'Donnell.
I could enthusiastically support the motion because I don't believe that community benefit is the intent of the community benefit is being made, but I guess I wonder upon what basis would we deny the project when on the basis of your other suggested item that is not meeting the setback requirements when in fact it's meeting the setback requirements of the town.
The proposal, of course, assumes, as lawyers like to say, facts not in evidence. The proposal assumes that the particular cut is going to be made, and we've just heard from the town that's not necessarily so. The community benefit is based on the same cut that may not necessarily occur. The two are tied together, which also will impact traffic. So my concern and the reason for my motion is that you're piggybacking these things. You assume that a cut will occur that the town just told us may not occur. Your setback is then lessened because of cooperation with the town that may in fact not occur. The traffic impact is ameliorated by a cut that has not yet occurred. All those things suggest to me we don't have enough facts to approve the project, and that is the basis for my motion.
Commissioner Erickson, does that
I'll
answer
just
your
add a
question?
comment, a finding of the fact. I wouldn't find the granting of the easement itself that helps the town out as sufficient community benefit to justify just in and of itself.
Any other questions or comments regarding the motion? Commissioner Bourgeois.
I know I'm in the minority, but I just wanted to state for the record why I'm not going to be supporting the motion. I think we all have a lot of problems with the community benefit issue, and hopefully that's going to change soon if that policy ever gets in place. But this is a rare case where we actually have an applicant doing something that helps facilitate a project that has a direct nexus to the impact, which is a rarity in our community benefits. So I just wanted to put that on the record. But also, I think I hear my fellow commissioners concerned about the building pushing out. Personally, I happen to agree with the applicant in this case, where the situation of the boulevard, of Winchester itself, the size, I think it could use some prominence there. I don't think pushing the building out the little bit it's going to be pushed out, I think it's going to actually add to the experience of Winchester and not take away from it. I think that area and that intersection needs something as a focal point, and I think, in my opinion, what's being proposed is an improvement over existing conditions. So I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
Other questions or comments regarding the motion? Commissioner Sayak.
I am also going to state for the record that I will not be supporting the motion, and Commissioner Bourgeois adequately summarized the comments that I had. With regard to the setback, and I know this is the subjectiveness of the architecture, but I actually like how within that intersection that there would be a different feel to that particular area. And I know that we do look for compatibility in terms of landscaping and in terms of setbacks, but just standing on that corner and doing that survey of that area, I do see the interest and the differentiation having a different setback could bring to that area. So that's the issue with regards to the setback. With regards to community benefit, I feel like this is a circular issue, and it's quite evident by the discussion tonight of who's benefiting whom. But I do think that the fact that we all are in agreement that intersection does need improvement, and that this is an area where an applicant and the town have been working cooperatively and are moving towards an improvement that I see is a favorable thing. And I know that CUP is not on the table right now. It's not part of the motion, but I do want to make it clear that I would be in support of the CUP and the proposed use. I do think that concentrating medical area in one area is a wise thing on my part, and that if we are looking for neighborhood retail uses, I would look to the commercial area across the street, Vasona, as more as the appropriate area for those types of services. So, given the size, given what's existing already, and just the ability to actually accommodate more of what neighborhood would need. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting the motion.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Commissioner Smith.
I also will be unable to support the motion, and for many of the reasons that the two previous commissioners gave. Also, as I reflected on the conversation this evening, I realized that there is a building at Vasona Station, not Aldo's, but the next restaurant down, that has a similar setback. And as I reflected on that in the neighborhood, I realized that that building actually would sit appropriately. Secondly, and again, the CUP is not before us, but I think the use is very appropriate for that corner, so I'm very comfortable with that. Also, I want to remind my fellow commissioners that there was a neighbor here at the last meeting who did support the project, and even though he didn't reappear this evening, I think we should keep in mind that there is no neighborhood opposition here. So that's going to be my position tonight.
I also cannot support the motion. I was very disappointed at what we received as the redesign. Simply lowering the towers and keeping the building the same was, I didn't think, an adequate way to respond to what the Planning Commission had wanted. I'm also disappointed regarding the parking situation because I don't think it gives us flexibility. I don't think that this commission can deny a project based on an inadequate setback when it does in fact meet the setbacks. I am the first one to argue about whether a community benefit is adequate. This one actually is addressing a problem that it creates by allowing the town to go forward with the improvement to that intersection. Now, whether that's chicken before the egg because we have other projects in that area that are necessitating it and that we're just exacerbating it by putting another project in. I'm not quite sure, and I'm not quite sure where that other project is going to go, but I don't feel that we have an adequate basis to deny the project, so I won't be supporting it. But we do have a motion on the floor, and that motion is by Commissioner O'Donnell to deny, seconded by Commissioner Erickson. All in favor? Oh, so I'm sorry, Commissioner Talasfor. It was, indeed. So we do have that on the floor, and I'm going to call for a vote on that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So the motion fails by a vote of 3 to 4. Commissioner O'Donnell, Talasfor, and Erickson in favor. Commissioner Sayak, Bourgeois, Smith, and Jensen opposed. Does anyone have another motion that they'd like to bring forward? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Well, wasn't really prepared to make this motion, but I'm going to move that we approve conditional use permit U-11-020 and architecture and site application S-11-091. I can make the findings based on the evidence before us that this is categorically exempt pursuant to section 15332 of CEQA. I can find that it's consistent with the general plan and the commercial design guidelines as outlined in Exhibit 2 of our previous submittal. And I can make the findings required by 292190A of the Town Code for granting conditional use permit. I do think we have a couple of other commissioners that have already stated that they do feel this use is compatible with the site. And I can make the findings because there is a direct nexus, which is rare, and there is some subjectivity to community benefit, that what they are proposing is adequate. And I'd like to approve A&S application with the revised conditions contained in our Exhibit 14, as well as our desk item. I believe we had one condition added there. I'd like to add a condition to that for the installation of a strip or island, whatever the correct term is, in Knowles. I'd like to add that as a condition of approval. And then, yeah, so that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve made by Commissioner Bourgeois. Do we have a second? Commissioner Sayak. Comments or questions on this motion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes 4-3. Commissioner Sayak, Bourgeois, Smith, and Jensen voting to approve. Commissioners O'Donnell, Talasfor, and Erickson opposed. Are there appeal rights?
This decision is appealable to the town council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. Appeal forms are located upstairs in the town clerk's office, and there is a fee for filing an appeal.
Okay, as I indicated earlier, we're going to take the items out of order, and we're now going to call item number 4. Which is 424 North Santa Cruz Avenue. Conditional use permit application U-12-004. Is the applicant present? Oh, I'm sorry, staff report.
Staff has nothing to add to the staff report provided to the commission and placed on the website, but is available for any questions.
Are there questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. I didn't see one.
I didn't move quickly enough, I'm sorry. I do have a question. Just so I can understand that the applicant has one existing business there already, and this one would be how far from the existing business?
2 commercial spaces from the existing business.
Okay, and this proposes to have a bar, as I recall, with some seats in it, and then some high tables, but a total customer load of, I think it was 8, is that right?
Total seating for 20?
20, I'm sorry. The reason I asked the question is the other property that we approved, but by the same applicants, which I think they do a wonderful job, not criticizing, but it's been so successful that it's often very, very crowded, notwithstanding the limitation on customers. And I'm just wondering, this limitation, seems to arise out of the number of seats provided. Is that correct?
Their seating limitation arises from the parking availability.
Well, right, except that since the first wine place that we approved had a certain number of seats, which is unrelated to the number of customers at any given time, the only enforcement we seem to have is the number of seats that we're going to put in this particular location. And you're saying, no, that's governed by the parking, but we don't enforce the parking once it's open. Is that right?
Oh, no, that wouldn't be correct. So we do enforce parking, we do enforce maximum numbers of seats. The previous application that was proposed is slightly different because it did come in originally as almost primarily a retail establishment, and so they had more retail display areas within the floor plan where they now have seats. Slightly different scenario, but the proposed application before you, we would enforce maximum number of seats, and the maximum number of seats are based on parking availability at this time.
My question wasn't the number of seats. That's fairly easy to enforce. It's the number of customers within the establishment. There's no effective way to enforce that, is there?
Other establishments do have a condition on the maximum number of patrons in a business at any given time. Those have typically been reserved for establishments of a slightly different nature, but you certainly have the opportunity to do so on that.
And I'm not necessarily suggesting we do that. I'm just curious because I have been in Enoteca, and it's a fine place, very good in the sense that there are lots of people. So I don't know what that does to parking, but if they're as good as they've been in the first location, I'm just concerned about the parking. But your study of this indicates that with the restrictions we're imposing on this, you're comfortable with the parking.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Just for my own information, what's the status of updating? Is there going to be a change to the alcohol beverage policy? And if so, what's the status of that?
It is on our work program, but council has given us direction to expedite some other projects like the AHOZs. So we are still working on it. It just hasn't had the higher priority at the moment.
And our current policy, correct me if I'm wrong, states that it discourages new standalone bars. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff? I have a question of staff. Does this qualify as a standalone bar when there is a specific proposal for food service, although not a sit-down restaurant?
Similar to the applicant's existing business, the applicant is making the case that this is a different type of scenario where it doesn't necessarily fit into the definition of that the town has for a bar, nor does it fit into the definition of a restaurant. And that issue is expected to be addressed in the alcoholic beverage policy that is forthcoming.
Other questions of staff? Seeing none, I invite the applicant to come forward. You have 5 minutes, so you or your combined group has a cumulative 5 minutes to talk to us about your application. And please hand your card over to you can hand it right there, and give us your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Michael Guerra, and I'm one of the partners that is proposing the project. As I've done the few times I've come before you, I kind of bow to you and say that you've got the information in front of you rather than me getting up here and taking time to restate what you already have in front of you. I'm just going to make myself available for any questions you may have on the project.
Okay, I see a lot of questions. Commissioner Sayoc, we'll just go down the line.
Okay. If you could just elaborate to me your definition of why your proposal does not fall into the category of a bar or a restaurant.
Yes. In our minds, a traditional bar is one that's primary function is to serve hard alcohol and mixed drinks for consumption on premise. Typically, they stay open later, most times 2 o'clock in the morning. Food is not often part of what is offered. Often if there's something that's minimal and it's a secondary offering. So our business model is, again, based on the Enoteca. It's basically Spanish theme, one that's predominant in Spain. And it is a model in which food and beverages that are served go hand in hand. So we're not going to be serving hard alcohol. We are not going to be staying open till 2 o'clock. The latest we'll be doing any food and beverage service will be 11 o'clock on the weekends. Food is equally as a part of what we're offering as the wines. So that's how I would say we differentiate ourselves from a bar. As far as a restaurant, we are not a traditional restaurant model in that we don't have a full kitchen. We're not going to have formal seating area. It's going to be just a long bar with some high top tables. So it's not quite as formal and structured as a restaurant would be with all the other equipment and staff and everything that would typically go with a restaurant.
Done. Commissioner Bourgeois?
Thank you. I have 2 questions, if I might. I read your letter that accompanied this, but I didn't quite get out of it the rationale behind opening such a similar place 2 doors down from your existing place. So maybe if you could explain that to me.
We believe that this model, though similar in form and function to what we're doing, is different enough, and based on the informal responses we've gotten from local residents and customers when we've kind of said that we're kind of checking out this opportunity, is that it's the concept is one that's very popular, and you're seeing it more and more in different places, of the small plates, of the informal setting, of the food and wine being served in an environment that kind of lends itself to discussion of the food you're eating and whatever you're drinking. So for instance, in our existing location, there's a lot of discussion when customers come in. They sit at the bar or they sit at table as to the types of beverages they're drinking. So they're going to order an Italian wine. What's the grape varietal? What part of Italy does this come from? How is this compared to a wine that I'm more familiar with from California? So that's what we believe is what people are, that experience, that interactive experience, that educational experience is what we believe most people are seeking these days. And again, the popularity of what we're already doing would tend to support that. What I find interesting and I'm excited about is the fact that rather than the Italian focus, which what we've done and continue to do, this is going to be a Spanish focus. So it's going to be completely, again, even though there's similar form of meats, cheeses, small plates, the types of wines we'll be serving, the types of foods we're going to be serving are going to be completely different than what we're doing now. So, we see the two concepts as being synergistic, actually.
Okay. And if I may have my second question, I'm assuming there's no retail sales associated?
We're not going to, our plan is not to have any set aside retail space for wines. The wines that we pour by the glass we'll have available for purchase, but that any retail we'll be doing will be more on the food, what we intend to do, with jars and cans and the olive oils and stuff like that, the food products we're going to be doing. Baked goods will be retail, but much less wine retail than what we've got going in Enoteca.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
You could just clarify a few things for me. One is that you do intend to be closed on Sunday?
No. Is that on there?
The hours of operation that I looked at, did I miss the, I just
Oh.
don't see the
you are
word Sunday
correct.
there. It says Monday 3 to 10, Tuesday
You
and
are
Wednesday 3 to 11, Thursday, Friday, Saturday 3 to 12, but I don't see any hours for Sunday.
Sunday, we intend to be, or hope to be open the same as Monday, so it would be 3 to 10.
3 to 10. And then if I could just ask you a general question, is there any part of your business that is not subject to sales tax?
I don't believe so.
So then, just with that thought in mind, I want to go on to the sale of the food products. When I took a look at your floor plan, I did not see any space devoted to that retail area. If you could just go perhaps to your outline and tell me how much of your 980-some square feet you intend to devote to the retail sales space.
I would call my partner Joe up here, who's been working
Sure.
more closely with the architect on design.
Sir, would you just give us your name for the record before you answer the question?
Joe Canestraci. Very minimal. In our current location, we have a small shelf that's maybe 5 feet wide and about 4 feet high of shelf space. And we fit a remarkable amount of products in there, and the turn on it is very high. So the products themselves move very quickly. And it's, people are experiencing the products when they're, eating and drinking there. So that drives them to purchase them. And typically they're very unique. And in this case, the products, most of all, be imported from Spain, are not readily available. You just don't find them unless you go to, specialty stores, typically in San Francisco. But most of the specialty stores around here don't carry these types of items. So it'll be small but present, and it does generate revenue.
Like 4 feet, 8 feet, front door, middle of the area? I just am trying to conceptually
It will
understand what business you're in.
Yes, it will be up toward the front. It'll be either, as you look at the plan, so you see the door, it'll either be in the front immediately to the left or the front to the right. I haven't determined yet specifically, which part it'll go in.
And then if I could move you on from that question to the parking issue, I'm very familiar with that area, the center. And with the introduction, of course, of the large real estate offices there, parking has become very challenging. And I noticed in your remarks that you're going to buy 3 parking spaces from where?
From the town of Los Gatos, I believe.
And from where of the town?
I think they're from behind. There's public parking behind the building.
And then how? So then you will sign it with your name on it?
Evidently, that's not how it works. I think we pay and the parking spots are available. I'm not entirely clear on that. It may be a better question for.
I can ask staff that question then. Thank you. So you're not sure about that?
I am not.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to follow up. You can both stay there. I just want to follow up on the parking issue. As I say, Enoteca has been very successful. I think we all agree to that. And when it's successful, I think in the immediate area you have some trouble finding parking. Obviously, what the town is doing sounds like government. They're charging you for 3 parking spots that are totally away from everything, and you don't get to market. So it sounds like an interesting plan. Now, if you're also successful, as I think you will be, with this new operation, what is your view of how the parking is? You've got Aldo's there, you've got your new place there, you've got your existing place there. Starbucks, I forgot about Starbucks. You've got Starbucks there. what has your analysis been as to parking?
Well, the Enoteca, I think the reason we don't draw a very large lunch crowd is because implicit in the title is that it's a wine-oriented business. So although we do have some people come for lunch, it's not as large of a crowd as Aldo's, or if you go to Starbucks, which is very full during that period of time. The bulk of our business happens at night, when most of the parking spaces behind the building are open, and the entire parking lot for the bank is available, and they're closed. So in the evening, when we have our maximum density of consumers, we have still available parking behind the building, over at the Chase Bank. Even in our parking lot, it gets very full, but the Coldwell Banker is closed. Now, there's a technicality, as I understand it, with the Coldwell Banker situation, because they don't have a CUP. So it would be plausible that at some point at 5 or 6 p.m., everybody would decide to, everybody who left would decide to come back, and all the spaces that are allocated to them would be filled. I haven't seen that occur yet. So typically, when we're at our maximum density, there is still parking available, and that's one of the other reasons we decided not to have this second location open, during the daytime. Because, there's other businesses there doing business, and we would open toward the end of, the other businesses' hours. But that's my personal impression of it. As far as, how the planning goes and the assessment of what parking is, it's a technical matter that's beyond my understanding. But when
Let me ask you this question. I drive by that, and I've been driving by it for years, and I recall there was I can only characterize it as a feud going on with the parking there, because the people going to Chase Bank would park in the parking lot that wasn't part of Chase Bank, and therefore essentially a guard was hired to make sure people didn't park there. I've always wondered what would happen if Chase reciprocated, because you're telling me that although you're tenants of the fellow who didn't want Chase parking in his parking lot, you're parking in Chase's parking lot. No problems with that?
No, Chase is actually the same landlord as us.
No, it's not.
That was a silly guard he had.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, no, excuse me. Coldwell Banker is the same landlord as us.
Right.
I would imagine, well, we can retract that from my perception of it. So if we eliminate the bank, and we just look at the parking behind the building in our existing parking lot in the evening hours, as I see it doesn't ever completely max out. So
Behind the location?
behind the building, there's public.
Does anybody ever park there that's going into your restaurant?
Yeah.
You are popular. Okay, so you're comfortable, you're the ones that see what you're doing there and how successful you are, and you're comfortable that if your new location is proportionately as successful, you'll be okay with your parking?
Yes, I would say if we were just to open a lunch cafe, it would be challenging. But I think in the evening hours, it's very reasonable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Talsfor.
Thank you. Okay, so I have 3 questions for you. And I'm looking at the plan of your new restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea, you said, was to encourage lively conversation. Where am I seeing it? Right, it's on the back side of, it's before the elevation pictures. So I don't know, it doesn't have a number on it, but anyway. So I'm just curious as to why the long bar and not more small tables with chairs to encourage that kind of, and the reason I'm asking this is that I see somewhat that happens at Enoteca is that people stand a lot in the middle of the aisles, and it's a wonderful place to have some wine, but I'm just wondering if that would help with the crowd control?
You know, specifically with this location, Enoteca is fairly challenging sometimes, but in this location, our intention is to have someone posted outside, if this is plausible. So our intention is to and it will be for us much easier to control due to the size of the location, which I worked with the landlord and as far as the size, because we wanted it small. We didn't want to, create a huge place and have, too many more new customers. But the idea was to design it to model it after what a tapas bar is like in Spain. And nearly all of them have this configuration. So it creates an intimate environment. But that environment for this location, because Enoteca is 3,000 square feet with the patio, this is 990, and we're going to lose some of the square footage in the back. It's going to be much easier for us to control the amount of people. And for us, that's in the concept, is that we want people to have a very, very good, clean, intimate experience in there. Larger crowds, once you start filling people in between the table and the bar, although people seem to enjoy that, and at this point at Enoteca, we have 2 people in the front that try and keep people from standing between the tables and the bars for a multitude of reasons.
Right.
But here, we want the experience to be much more intimate, much more controlled, and so we're going to control the amount of people that are in there much more effectively.
And much more, it sounds like much more exclusive. So I'm counting, you said 20 seats, but I think I counted 21 or 22. Am I wrong? I'm not sure. Is it 21 seats that I counted?
It'll be 20. I mean, it'll be whatever.
Well, the 21 fits. I was just, okay. So then my second question is, do you ever have plans to expand seating outside?
I don't think that I don't think that that's plausible from a planning perspective. I mean, if you were to ask me, I would love to, but I think that our landlord proposed a more elaborate outdoor seating scenario with the parking spots that are directly in front of the shopping center, and I think it was pretty soundly rejected. So our intentions are not to have seating outside at this point. Now, if someone wants to say, oh, hey, you guys can have a patio out there, I mean, I'm not going to reject the idea, but our intentions as they stand is not to have seating outside.
Okay. And then number 3 is on your menu, sample menu for Spain Tapas Bar. I'm sure this was an oversight. I see on the hot tapas you have listed grilled foie gras.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
no longer on the
we won't be serving, I just wanted to check that out. I think that's, I have 2 other questions for staff, but I'll wait till then. Thank you.
Commissioner Erickson, any questions?
I have no questions for the applicants that haven't already been asked.
Nor do I have any questions for you. Thank you very much. Unless somebody has thought of something before I let them sit down. Seeing nothing, thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on this issue before I ask for questions of staff? Anyone else in the audience? Stand up, tell us your name, and give us a card. You have 3 minutes, but you don't have to take all of it.
Hi, my name is Jorge Bianchi. I'm a resident of Los Gatos. I'm happy to be collaborating with Joe and Mike on this project. I am from Spain, from San Sebastian, which is one of the most acclaimed culinary destinations in Spain. And I just wanted to say that with this project, I think we're going to bring to Los Gatos a very exciting food service venue. Los Gatos already has a very exciting food service scene, and I just think we're going to make sure it's really authentic. And I think it's going to add a lot of value to what we already have. It's a destination. San Sebastian is a destination city, also for food and wine in Spain. And there's a lot of analogies between both cities. And I am personally very excited about it.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Bianchi? Thank you very much. Anybody else who wants to talk about, oh, I'm sorry. You did have one? Okay. Okay. Anyone else who wants to speak on this application? Okay, I don't see anyone. You can, technically, you have 3 minutes to rebut what Mr. Bianchi had to say, if you'd like to do that. Okay. I don't think you do, so I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and look to commissioners for questions. First, let me go to Commissioner Smith. Did you want to follow up on your question? You said you'd ask of staff later. I think it was about the parking.
Yes. I mean, so how does that work? So if a business wants to open but cannot meet the parking requirement, they can actually buy parking spaces from the town?
The town council adopted a resolution that allowed that particular area of town and a few different other ones through different resolutions to pay into the maintenance of maintaining those parking spaces in the north side lot. So this property being part of that resolution can acquire some parking spaces in a sense that they're maintaining a certain number of parking spaces within the north side lot.
Did that answer your question?
Is there actual money that is changing hands here? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
There is, as noted in the conditions, it is per parking space. They do require a payment of a certain amount of money, and it is 4 parking spaces that they would be required to purchase.
And what is that amount of money? Maybe I've just skipped it in there.
$4,000 per space.
10,000?
$4,000.
4,000.
Per
Not
space.
10,000?
No.
4,000.
And the resolution, the method that allows the resolution, there is part of the town, it's included partially in town code in the non-conforming section.
Ms. Bailey, you had something to add?
Yes, I'd just like to point out that not every business in that area can pay into that. It's just if they have been allocated spaces, and this historically, we have documentation of how many spaces specifically for this site they can pay. It's kind of like the parking assessment district on the south side of Highway 9.
Yes, but within that shopping center, that's what I'm asking, Ms. Bailey, is within that shopping center, is it certain tenants or certain types of tenants?
It's the shopping center.
It's the shopping center as a whole.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Talsfor.
I didn't, it's just to follow up on that, $4,000, is that yearly or one time only?
One time.
Okay. So I have 2 other questions about parking, and that is, well, one about parking, but how many businesses are vacant at this time?
I believe there may just be 1 vacant space left. The space in between the proposed project and Bianco, there is, I believe there's an application in for a personal service business. So that would leave the space that was formerly Studio Kicks, I believe is the only vacant space.
That's the big one on the kind of the
corner-ish, yes.
Right there, okay. And then talking about the number of people inside this building, how many people could be allowed in this building itself? So we have 21 sitting, how many can stand? So that we're at a limit of, capacity limit.
That is based on building and fire code, and I unfortunately don't have that number tonight.
But that is included in the conditions, correct?
It is not.
It is not?
No, it's required as part of code with or without conditions.
With or without, okay, that's fine, that's what I wanted to know. I'm ready to make a motion.
Let's see if Commissioner Erickson has a question for staff. Did you have a question of staff?
Just going to make a motion.
Okay, well, Commissioner Talsfor beat you to it, so I'm going to let her do it. And I'm just going to remind the commission that any motion that's made is a recommendation to town council.
So I would make a motion to recommend to town council the request approval to operate a wine bar on property zone C-1 APN 2019-07-003. And we could forward it to Town Council, subject to the conditions contained in this report on page Exhibit 2, which are required findings for CEQA, which are, I would approve all of these. And also required Section 2920-190 of the Town Code for granting a conditional use permit. I think this meets all of the four statements there. And also for the required finding for the redevelopment plan for the Central Los Gatos redevelopment project area, as well as required findings for the town's alcoholic beverage policy. They will be serving food with their alcohol wine. And also I would comment that because they have the experience of doing this before, we have that experience to rely on, that they have met and have been well within the confines of the alcohol beverage policy, so.
Okay, before I ask for a second, Commissioner Talsfor, the issue came up about the hours of operation. And Mr. Guerra indicated that they did want to be open on Sunday from 3 to 10 as they do on Monday. So our staff report now in its conditions on condition number 7 doesn't include Sunday hours. And condition number 9 is hours of alcoholic beverage service. And so my question is, did you want to amend those conditions 7 and 9 to include the Sunday hours that were proposed? I think it was 3 to 10.
I will do that. I thank you for pointing that out. I had forgotten that. So I would extend the hours of operation to Sundays from 3 to 10, and also 9, condition number 9, the same. Sundays through 3 to 10.
Thank you. Is there a second or other questions on the motion? Commissioner Erickson.
I second the motion with a comment. Since we don't have wine bars permitted under the alcohol policy, it's very clear to me that this is not a standalone bar. And I would quote from the business plan presented by the applicant in part, which says, much like our original Italian-themed wine bar concept, Enoteca L'Astoria, we intend to create an authentic, casual, Spanish-themed tapas bar where people can congregate to enjoy good wine, delicious food, and lively conversation. In the main area from the section of the space, we plan to have a modest range of Spanish wines available by the glass and beer on tap per tasting alongside an extensive selection of small plate food items. Further in the same description, they go on to say, we intend to use the rear section of the space as a food preparation area. It will consist of stainless steel prep counters, a commercial mixer, a bread proofer, and a brick-lined gas oven. None of those things would happen in a standalone bar.
The motion's been made to recommend approval by Commissioner Talsfor, seconded by Commissioner Erickson. Any other questions or comments by members of the commission on the motion? Commissioner Bourgeois.
I think this sounds like a fantastic business, probably a place I would go to, but I unfortunately feel a little more constrained by the language that we have to work under. We have heard and approved similar hybrid operations, but they have had a bit of a more substantial food component and or a more substantial retail component. I'm really having a hard time not seeing this as a new standalone bar, although I think it would be a fantastic place to visit. Personally, I feel constrained by that language that we're given to work under, so I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
Other questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the... Commissioner Erickson.
I would just make the observation, it sounds like, smells like, feels like, and will taste like, more like a restaurant than a bar. So the nature of my second is that I would see it as a restaurant that happens to be selling alcoholic beverages.
Before I call the question, I'll do other comments and questions on the motion. My comment is I'm very sympathetic to what Commissioner Bourgeois is saying. And I will support the motion because I don't think it is a standalone bar, but it does point out the need, as we struggle with these issues as the Planning Commission, to have if there's going to be a new revised policy that defines what we're increasingly seeing, it would certainly help us commissioners make decisions and appropriate recommendations to the council if we had a revised policy. Commissioner Talsford, did you have a question?
I was
Comment?
just going to echo, I've looked at this menu. There is everything here from something for a charcuterie plate all the way down to omelets and oysters and soup, and I just can't imagine that this would not be, this is more than chips and salsa.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to make a comment because eventually we are going to adopt something. And I have to agree with Commissioner Erickson that it's sort of the smell test. I mean, we have a number of restaurants in town that, as far as I'm concerned, have virtually standalone bars. All of them serve alcohol, hard alcohol, and it makes it a little bit easier to say it's a standalone bar when you see what they're doing and how they're doing it, and they are serving hard alcohol. Here, they're serving only wine. I think all of us are familiar with the custom in Spain, which I think fairly clearly a lot of food is consumed in those tapas bars in Spain. Everything they've shown us and everything on paper would indicate that will continue to be the case. Here, their business plan I don't think would work if it were just going to be a place where you sit down and have a glass of wine. It's too small. I'm not in the business, but that's what I think. That having been said, I just say that because eventually where somebody's going to consider adopting a policy, it's going to be a heck of a thing to really define it. But I would like to have this one be remembered because I would hope that we don't decide that this kind of operation is a standalone bar. Thank you.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Commissioner Smith.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment. I am going to support the motion. However, I want to place into the record my comments about the operation in general. 2 years in the operating of a wine bar does not mean that this is going to be successful or that the first one will continue to be successful. We hope that that's going to be the case, but I think there is more seasoning that needs to take place for these owners, and that does cause me some concern. Secondly, I am concerned about the retail component because in the business plan it talks about selling cheeses and meats, and I'd like to know how you're going to do that just off of a shelf. That's why I was concerned about the retail aspect of it. Thirdly, I am concerned that there might be some crossover of kitchen use between the two restaurants because they're very close. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think there's going to be a lot more integration here, and we're going to end up with a concentration of alcohol beverages right there in just one little bitty strip. And so in Europe, you can walk from top of bar to top of bar or restaurant to restaurant. But in this situation, there's going to be just two areas that are going to be concentrating on the service of alcohol. And it's going to be just in one little strip. However, I am going to support the motion because I do believe that the applicants have satisfied what they needed to do under the town code.
Commissioner Bourgeois, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just really, I don't need to beat a dead horse here, but I mean, we do have evidence on the record when Commissioner Talsford asked about the seating arrangements that they're purposefully orienting the bar and the seating to not feel like a restaurant. So I mean, we have evidence from them stating that, you know, they want this to be different and not feel like a restaurant. So when you talk about the looks like, feels like, smells like test, I fall down on the other side of that. And so I think it'd be a great business, but I have trouble getting past the language in our code. So,
any other comments or questions? If not, I'm going to call for a vote on the motion. The motion again is to recommend approval by Commissioner Talsford, I think, seconded by Commissioner Erickson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Commissioner Bourgeois opposed. Thank you very much. There's no appeal rights because this is a recommendation, correct? The final deciding body is going to be the town council, and you'll get a notice of what date that'll be heard. We are going to take a break, about 5 minutes, so that people can stretch their legs and that staff can set up for our next item. Okay, we're going to move on to what really is item number 3 on our agenda, but we've moved to consider last for number 4, which is zoning code amendment A-12-001, which is to consider the adoption, or actually recommendation of the adoption of a town codification of the California State Density Bonus Law. And so Ms. Rooney has been kind enough to prepare a PowerPoint to give us some summary and explanation, and then we'll invite questions, and I'm sure there are many. Ms. Rooney.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Jensen and Commissioners. Can you hear me? When I was listening in my office, the microphone was going in and out a little bit, so I just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay. I have a brief presentation, and then we'll have plenty of time for questions and answers, as the Chair indicated. I would like to remind the Commission that this is not the first time that you've seen the State Density Bonus Law. As a matter of fact, you saw it with the first and only application that the town has processed under the State Density Bonus Law, and that was the Riviera Terrace Plan Development application. As you may remember, it's been about a year, but about a year ago we did send you a white paper that outlined the provisions of the State Density Bonus Law. So I'd just like to cover a little brief history, and then we'll go into the actual provisions of the law. The State Density Bonus Law was first passed in 1979, and it was significantly amended in 2004 by Senate Bill 1818. The law mandates that local agencies adopt ordinances to implement the law. Cities and counties must comply with state law, and most importantly, they cannot create more restrictive ordinances. The overall purpose is to encourage developers to build affordable housing in California. The State Density Bonus Law applies to housing developments with 5 or more units. It's important to note that an applicant must request, it's not automatically granted, an applicant must request the State Density Bonus Law provisions in order to receive those benefits. There are 5 major components to the law. It provides for a density bonus for housing that meets prescribed affordability levels. It provides incentives or concessions, waiver of development standards or conditions, imposition of maximum parking standards, and finally, it allows for bonuses for land donations and for child care facilities. The density bonus is triggered when a developer sets aside 5% of the total units affordable to very low-income households, 10% of the total units affordable to low-income households, or 10% of the total units in a condominium or planned development project affordable to moderate incomes, and that's a for-sale product type. The law also includes provisions for a 20% density bonus for a minimum of 35 units of senior housing, and that does not have to be affordable pursuant to state law. 15% land donation that meets specified requirements, and a density bonus or incentive for affordable projects that incorporate child care facilities. The amount of the density bonus is based on a sliding scale that corresponds to the number of affordable units. These bonuses reach a maximum of 35% when the project provides either 11% of very low-income units, 20% of low-income units, or 40% of moderate for-sale units. And senior housing is limited to a 20% maximum density bonus. Again, you need to provide at least 35 units to receive that. For qualifying projects, the developer is also entitled to 1 to 3 incentives or concessions, in addition to the density bonus. A concession or incentive includes a reduction in site standards, dimensional standards such as setbacks, open space, height, etc., architectural standards, parking standards, and includes mixed-use approvals. The law requires that any incentive must result in an identifiable, financially sufficient, and actual cost reduction. The number of incentives and concessions increases to a maximum of 3 as the developer increases the percentage of affordability. The local agency is required to grant the concession or incentive requested by the applicant unless it can make written findings based on substantial evidence. And I'm really paraphrasing because, as you know from your guidelines, reading the guidelines, the findings are quite lengthy. The concession or incentive is not required in order to provide affordable housing costs, and that has to be qualified through your housing element. The concession or concession or consent would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety or the physical environment for which there's no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact. And finally, the concession or incentive would be contrary to state or federal law. The law also states that a local agency cannot impose a development standard or a condition that would make the qualified project infeasible. The law authorizes the applicants to seek waivers by demonstrating the waivers needed to make the project economically feasible. There is no limitation on the amount of waivers. And again, the local agency is required to grant the waivers unless it makes the same findings I mentioned on the last slide. The law also establishes parking standards that the local agency is obligated to approve if requested by the applicant. These standards are 1 space for a 1-bedroom, 2 spaces for 2 to 3 bedrooms, 2.5 spaces for 4 bedrooms or more. And the law states parking can be tandem or uncovered, but not on-street. As noted, the town does not have discretion with implementing the state law. However, the town has the ability to add clarifying language or requirements, applying the bonus to a broader range of qualifying projects, and detailing application requirements and processes in the ordinance. Based on the overriding goal of providing more clarity and ensuring the town has sufficient information to evaluate the requested density bonus, concessions, and waivers, staff is recommending, and I'll go through the following items that are additions that we as a local agency are allowed to add to our ordinance. Expanded the applicability to include handicapped populations, which has a definition in sections 1 on page 2, and is also listed as an eligible use on section 2-A on page 3. Application requirements, in particular, which I think is most important, is a pro forma that demonstrates that the requested concession, incentive, or waiver will result in actual cost reductions. These submittal requirements are contained in section 4, page 12 of the guidelines. A review process which includes findings. These are contained in section 4B on page 13. A density bonus housing agreement, which is contained in section 5 on page 14. A section on design, distribution, and timing criteria, which is contained in section 3G on page 14. And finally, processing and monitoring fees, which are contained in section 4D on page 14. Finally, based on council direction, the ordinance and guidelines codify the council's directive that the town's density bonus general plan policy cannot be applied to a project that's also requested the state density bonus provision. And this is contained in the purpose, authority, and definition section, which is 1C on page 1. In conclusion, it is very important to note the town is obligated to process applications for a density bonus under state law. If the town did not adopt the ordinance and guidelines, it would have to review and potentially approve a project with the density bonus provisions, but without the added benefit of or clarity of the requirements that the proposed draft ordinance and guidelines provide. Consequently, staff is recommending the Planning Commission recommend approval of the ordinance, the resolution, and guidelines to the Town Council. And I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rooney. Before I open it to questions, we do also have 3 members of the Planning Commission who also serve on the General Plan Committee who have worked on this and who are I'm not going to say experts, but at least more familiar with the provisions than others might be. And I'm going to ask either Commissioner Sayoc or Commissioner Bourgeois. You're not obligated to, but if you have anything you'd like to add at this time, that would be fine. If not, I do want to ask Ms. Rooney and the staff and commissioners that if there are things that you feel the General Plan Committee members can answer better or add information to, we'd like to be available to do that. Okay. I'm now going to open it up for questions. And I can go down the row if you indicate that you have a question. If you don't, we'll just keep coming. We'll start with Commissioner Sayoc and come down towards me. And Commissioner Sayoc is saying she has no questions. Commissioner Bourgeois, none. Commissioner Smith? None. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I went over this, and I will not pretend to fully understand it, but I do understand enough of it that I'm in favor of what you're doing. However, tonight I did receive the memorandum from Lee Quintana, which again we've had a very brief time to look at. But one of her points, which is on page 1 under the last, the paragraph beginning, please further provide further clarity. Well, I should say clarity, I guess. Anyway, the third bullet under that says, clarify how the state bonus law, well, no, let's go to the second one. The proposed ordinance is, I guess that should be, is mute, she says, on whether the BMP requirements are in addition 35% maximum density, et cetera. The question she asked there, I'm wondering, I realize it's her question, however, I'd kind of like to know the answer myself.
I'm going to take a shot at this, and then I'd also like the town attorney to comment on this. I'll tell you that there is debate out in the municipal government arena as to whether an inclusionary housing requirement could be used to qualify an applicant for the density bonus program. In other words, we require a developer to provide, let's say they're building enough units to require a 20% density, a 20% inclusionary requirement, a BMP requirement. The developer then turns around and says, I'm now providing these affordable units, therefore I should be eligible for the concessions allowed in the density bonus law. Some jurisdictions have taken the side that you shouldn't be able to apply. Others feel that you should. The town attorney has consulted with her colleagues, and the state law, we're not allowed to make the state law any more restrictive than it is. And by not, I guess I should say, by the town determining that an applicant is not qualified because they provided those units, would be a more restrictive interpretation of the state law. Therefore, staff is not recommending that we add that language to the state law, and I'll let Judith go ahead and explain.
Before the town attorney, I want to understand your last comment. You're not asking that we add what language?
So generally, when we look at the state law says to the local government agency, if a developer applies for a density bonus under the state law and they provide the units as provided for in the statute, then it's directive to the local agency that unless you can make the negative findings, which we know that is a source of frustration on all accounts, you shall grant that. And so in question about the town has for all its projects inclusionary housing units. But if somebody comes in and applies for the density bonus program, and again, it has to be, the application has to be under the state law density bonus application, and they meet the requirements, it does not appear that state law allows a local jurisdiction to require more on top of those. Once they meet those criteria set forth in the law, there's directive language that the local jurisdiction has to grant their application if it meets all the other criteria.
But I guess what I'm lost is then that gives you two possibilities. Either you stop requiring by our own law and say let's let the state take over essentially. We're going to get rid of the inclusionary zoning here that we've adopted so we don't get sandbagged by somebody else coming in with the other. Now that would be a bad result, I think. But nevertheless, it would be, it might be a way not to get doubled up on. What do you think?
So with respect to whatever inclusionary housing requirements that the local jurisdiction has, that applies to a lot of projects that would never qualify for a density bonus under the state law. And many jurisdictions have required inclusionary housing units on much smaller projects just so they get a unit or two here and there, or even 4 or 5 units from time to time on much smaller projects that would never qualify under the state law. So if you just philosophically take away inclusionary housing requirements, most communities would lose a certain number of affordable units on smaller projects. I don't believe that you, again, with respect to the inclusionary housing, there's no double counting. Once you meet the state law requirements, you just are entitled to the density bonuses provided under state law. And the local rules regarding your inclusionary housing are inapplicable to that program.
Well, if you provided that essentially the developer elects whether the developer is going to proceed under our inclusionary zoning, i.e. requiring some units, or will elect to proceed under the state density bonus program, you're suggesting that would be restrictive and therefore would fly in the face of what they're trying to do?
So the local agency can mandate that all developers of, I believe it's 5 units or more, provide either affordable units or in lieu fees for affordable units under a inclusionary housing.
But couldn't they also add, unless the developer were proceeding under the state density bonus law, in which event our ordinance doesn't apply?
Well, I guess I'm not sure I understand your question. Let's take, I always hate doing these hypotheticals, but
maybe
if
my
you
question shows that I don't-
meet the state law density bonus, you're not even in the realm of our inclusionary housing. You've also met the inclusionary housing requirements. What we think the member of the public is asking is whether we can require the inclusionary housing requirements plus as a minimum, and then more units over and above to meet the state law, so stacking. And again, that makes a developer, it makes the bar much higher for that developer, because instead of just meeting state law, you're asking them to meet your local requirements plus state law. And that doesn't appear that what state law was intended to,
My
the
question
purpose.
may relate to my total lack of understanding here. That are you saying that if the state density bonus law applies to a particular project, you will also have some effect by our inclusionary zoning? In other words, will there be any doubling at all?
Effectively, if you request, and remember, you approach it from two different perspectives. Our inclusionary housing is imposed upon. It's not requested, it's imposed upon the developer. By us, by the town. The state density bonus is requested by the applicant. If we impose an inclusionary housing requirement, and let's just make it easy and say it's 100 units, and that'd be a 20%. They'd have to build 20 units of affordable to low and moderate income households. The applicant then could qualify for the state density bonus. It wouldn't necessarily mean that they would have an additional units, but they would qualify for the concessions, the development standards waivers, and the parking standards.
Well, if the maximum under the state is 35%, and we're at 20%, then it would seem that you could go from 20 to 35 for an opener.
But remember how the density bonus guidelines are 20%, and it's by income category. So just give you an example. So you could go, because 20% of very low income would be a 25% density bonus. So you're right, you could go up to 30% would get you a 35% density bonus.
So our
Could be additional
inclusionary
units
zoning
on.
plus the addition of the state density could be combined to get more than you could have gotten under either one separately.
I believe so. No,
Alphonse and Gaston.
I would say yes.
And we can't draft around that?
I think we can change our inclusionary housing program, but we cannot change the state density bonus law regarding that.
Well, and yeah, I'm not suggesting how you should do it. What I'm wondering is, have we considered whether we want to draft something this all began when we were very concerned about what appeared to be, I think, doubling up on a project, and lights started going on.
So that's an entirely different scenario, what happened at the prior project. So again, there's a general plan policy that the council has already taken action and direction and is incorporated, whereby affordable units don't count towards the density. And that's in a general plan policy, and that's on all projects. When the only project for density bonus that's applied in Los Gatos came in, since there wasn't clarity of the general plan policy, they got the density under the general plan policy, and then they got the density that they were allowed, the density bonus under the state law. Council already took action, and it's incorporated into this ordinance and the program guidelines to prohibit that. Council was very clear in giving staff direction a couple months ago, whereby if you apply for a density bonus project under the state law, you are not entitled to the density under the general plan policy. So that's very clear and already provided for. What the member of the public is asking is, over and above the general plan policy regarding density and the state law requirements, the town also, for every project, has a mandatory inclusionary housing. And for that, and again, the conservative analysis of state law says you cannot make a program, a state law density bonus program, more difficult, require more of that developer than what is required by state law. And so one of the conservative interpretations of adopting state law is not to make the bar any higher, not require your local inclusionary units plus the state law units that are required to meet a certain density.
So, just final question. So your answer then is we could not draft something that says we have the inclusionary zoning, except that should the applicant be entitled to the state law density bonus, then our inclusionary requirements do not apply.
Again, we can draft that into our inclusionary housing requirements, not into the state law.
Well, I understand that, but it
Yes.
will have the effect, it sounds like it will have the effect of cutting down the situation where instead of giving, for example, 20%, you wind up, well, I don't know if you ever save anything. It just sounds like you may be in a situation where you're applying two laws and getting a different result than if, for example, you were only to apply the state bonus.
Sure. Keep in mind, Planning Commission's comments will be recommendations to the council, and while you couldn't make that change, as Wendy indicated, in the density bonus ordinance, you could certainly make recommendations to council to direct staff to take a look at the inclusionary requirements.
Thank you.
Commissioner Talsford, do you have questions? Yes, you. I'm just going down the line. You don't have to. I'm just going to say, for the record, while Commissioner Talsford is looking at our notes, many of us sent questions, very detailed questions, to staff prior to tonight's meeting. I'm sorry that they're not available to the public, and lots of us didn't get the answers shared. But really, what's being summarized tonight is answering, I think, a lot of those questions, which is why we're not seeing those questions to staff. We appreciate having those questions answered. But you should still, if you've submitted one previously, you should feel free to ask it for the record if it's something that concerns you, or if the answer you received is something that you still have trouble with.
So the guidelines that the town is suggesting, staff worked on, are those modifications to the state, or are they interpretations to the state? Can you explain that?
We actually took state language verbatim. So 90% of the guidelines, 90 to 95% of the guidelines are the state language verbatim. it was just those 5 or 6 areas that we shared as the additions, and I'll quickly go over those where we recommended adding language. And that was, sorry, that's not it. We can actually go back.
And while you're finding that, Ms. Rooney, can you tell us where those are located in our packet so we can
Yes.
refer to them?
So again, we covered those, but we expanded the applicability to include handicap, and that's on section 1 which is page 2 of your guidelines. And that's the actual definition of handicap persons.
Okay,
And-
I'm sorry, this is all
Of the
contained in
guidelines.
our town state density bonus guidelines that are intended to be attached to the council resolution?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
thank you.
Everything I'm referencing is in the guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So
that's
the-
Exhibit A of Exhibit 2.
Let me just verify that. Yes, that is correct. So, and then we also added handicap as an eligible use in section 2A on page 3. The Planning Commission is aware, because this was in your staff report, but I'll elaborate for the public's benefit. The reason we added that was based on the fact that our general plan recognizes the needs of handicapped populations, and that's also included in our general plan density bonus provision. So we felt it was appropriate to carry it over to this. And what we're recommending is to treat it similarly to senior housing, which you have to have a minimum of 35 units dedicated exclusively to handicap. Housing would have to be rented to handicap persons that meet the definition in the guidelines, and we would be monitoring that based on reports that would be submitted by the property owner. And you would receive a 20% density bonus. Any more questions on that? And if not, I'll go to the next one.
Well, in physically handicapped, those modifications to any development would require, larger spaces.
There's
Interiors.
codes that cover that. Yes, it has all kinds of sets of requirements that you have to follow. Everything, as you said, from larger openings to lower cabinets, lower workspaces to ease of entry into the units.
So that would make it, I would think, more expensive for a developer.
I would think so. I don't know for a fact.
So what
but-
would be the, how
would
would you
somebody want to
encourage-
do that?
How would
I-
you encourage that?
Well, I don't think the town is in the role of encouraging
I don't
the
mean
use of
encouraging
this.
it, but I mean, it seems to me that it's nice to include it, but I
Mhm.
mean, what's the reality of that?
I think the intent is because it is an underserved population,
Yes.
that the intent is to if you want to say incentivize a developer to build that type of housing, because it is an underserved population.
So you would apply another incentive to a developer to do that?
No, just including it and allowing a density bonus provision as well as the concession requirements and the parking requirements would be that incentive. It wouldn't be anything greater than what the affordable units are receiving.
Okay.
So state law doesn't require us to provide density bonus for handicapped, handicapped units. But there was general plan policy language that certainly encouraged certain other types of affordable housing concessions for those in the general plan. And we'll defer to the members of the GPC who discussed that. But it's our understanding that since the general plan already talked about encouraging housing units for populations such as handicapped, and even though it wasn't considered in state law density bonus, it certainly was brought back to both the Planning Commission and Council for consideration to include it.
I was just going to clarify that to members of the commission. So as I listened to Ms. Propp, so one of the questions that I know that many of us had was, what discretion does the Planning Commission have in making recommendations or forwarding things to the Town Council? So to the extent that these recommended additions are different or supplemental to the state density bonus law, such as providing a bonus for physically handicapped housing, it's my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, that the commission could make a recommendation that indicated we do not wish to include that, for example, or we do wish to include it with these changes. So that's a part of what's being recommended to us or presented to us that's different than the state law.
All right, thank you.
Shall I continue with the additions? So then, if you'd like to turn to page 12 of your guidelines, which is Exhibit A, we've included application requirements, and that's in section 4A, 1 through 9. I think what's notable here is the pro forma. That was really the one of the criteria that I was really interested in, because it really then gives the town staff as well as decision makers the ability to thoroughly evaluate an applicant's request for concessions or waivers. They actually have to submit financial support for what they're requesting. Many of the other materials are some of the similar types of submittal criteria that we require with an architecture and site, but we want to be specific and include it under this ordinance also. Any questions, or I'll move on to the next item?
Question, Commissioner Talsfor.
Yeah, just for my detail, I know that you had definitions for concession and, what was it, concessions and incentives. But what is the definition for a waiver? It wasn't not included, I don't think.
A waiver is a waiver is actually requesting relief from a development standard, a dimensional standard, an architectural standard, or a condition of approval.
Okay.
And so the applicant has to demonstrate that that waiver is necessary to make the project financially feasible to build affordable housing.
Commissioner Erickson, I think you had a question. I saw your hand. No?
It wasn't clear to me if you had stopped going down the line.
Oh,
or
you seem to have something on that point in particular. So as
I didn't know.
Okay.
I was
plan to
trying to be
continue.
respectful of the
No.
chair's discretion to run the meeting how she wanted to, but I wasn't sure when it would be appropriate for me to ask my question.
Commissioner Erickson, did you have a follow-up question to Commissioner Talsfor's questions regarding what Ms. Rooney just discussed?
I'm happy to wait to my turn.
Okay, Commissioner Talsfor, Commissioner Smith,
That's all for now.
on the section that Ms. Rooney just discussed, or something similar.
Thank you. I just have a basic question that I've had all along. If a developer comes with a plan and doesn't ask for the density bonus program, he or she or it would then have to comply with the inclusionary housing requirements, correct? It is not incumbent upon the town to offer the density bonus program.
The law is very specific that the applicant must request. The town would not offer, the applicant must request. And if the applicant does not request, regardless if they request or not, their compliance with today's policies and codes are adopted, they're required to comply with the inclusionary housing requirement if they meet that threshold. So they're required to comply with that regardless if they request the density bonus or not.
So we always have our first threshold, then the developer would bring up the issue.
And I think it's really important to note that, as I indicate, this law has been in place since 1979, and we've had one application. So for one reason or another, and I can't tell you why, developers don't typically utilize it. And the significant modifications that occurred in 2004 that were implemented in 2005, I could say there's a good reason why that hasn't occurred, is that the housing market has not been very robust in the last, since those modifications were made. But for one reason or another, developers do not use the density bonus law very frequently.
Ms. Prop.
Thank you. Just not to belabor the point, but just to add to that, and you wouldn't anticipate seeing an increase in the use of density bonus programs, since there's so much less affordable housing monies available because of the actions by the state in dissolving redevelopment agencies and a lot of the tax increment monies that flowed to affordable housing projects. That is the subject of prior legislation last year and part of the state's budget trailer message this year. So while we're not prognosticators of what the affordable housing market will be doing in the future, given the lack of affordable housing monies under redevelopment agencies, it's even maybe at the current time more unlikely to find any kind of subsidies for these developers to build a lot of these types of projects currently.
Commissioner Smith, did you get your fundamental question asked? And I, again, please stop me if this is incorrect, but I think it was, does the town's BMP requirements apply to a general application? And I think the answer was yes. And the other question I heard you say was, or ask was, do you have to specifically request the state density bonus? And I think the answer to that is yes as well. Okay. Commissioner Talsford, did you get all your questions out?
Actually, I just reviewed it. I need to have a burning without.
Okay, Commissioner Erickson.
I have some actually questions for my colleagues who are on the General Plan Committee. So if I understand the language, so I would applaud the expansion of the applicability to physically handicapped citizens. And if I understand the language in it correctly, and I actually had an exchange with Ms. Rooney about this, and I believe she shares my interpretation, that in order to be eligible for the bonus, the entire development has to be dedicated to units that are for physically handicapped citizens. Did you consider in your earlier deliberations not requiring the entire development, but let's say 50%, if 50% of the units of a particular development are 75% or 25%, I'm not worried about that it would qualify for a bonus, as opposed to requiring that the entire development, all the units, were for physically handicapped citizens?
I'm looking at my fellow GPC members. I don't recall that discussion. Commissioner Sayak, Commissioner Bourgeois?
And maybe I can help to clarify too. The General Plan Committee has reviewed the density bonus law a couple of times in a couple of different contexts. One is a prelude to the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone discussion and analysis. And then the other, when we decided that we needed to get this agendized with the Planning Commission and Council. And I would comment that there wasn't a lot of deliberation or discussion with the committee. I think the committee was generally comfortable with the recommendation staff was making, but I just want to characterize it wasn't detailed discussions on that. Is that fair?
I would concur with Ms. Rooney. In fact, we didn't actually have the draft document in front of us so that we could provide the specifics of 100% versus 50 versus 75. It was more of a discussion of, in theory, I suppose, this is what is coming before us. Is this a program that we still support? So it was more of a general discussion rather than detailed discussion of what would actually be put into the language.
And Commissioner Bourgeois is nodding, and that's my recollection as well. Commissioner Erickson?
So I would suggest that to my fellow commissioners that we consider making, as part of our recommendation, not requiring that 100% of the development be for the handicapped, that if we wanted to aggressively or incentivize or encourage people to create housing units which serve that particular segment of the population, that we might consider the possibility that you could receive a density bonus by having 50% of the units or 75%, some number smaller than 100% of the units, if we want to consider that. I just put that out there as an idea. Question number 2 for my colleagues. So in the section about child care facilities and the density bonus. The section of the guidelines says the town shall not be required to provide a density bonus or incentive or concession for a child care facility if it makes a written finding based on substantial evidence that the town has adequate child care facilities. It seems to me if I'm trying to understand what the intent of the law by giving a density bonus for providing child care facilities in proximity to the actual housing units that are contemplated, which is what the state law requires, that one is trying to be sure that there are child care facilities available for the target populations that are trying to be incentivized in it. The town might hypothetically, so I would suggest the town might hypothetically have what they might consider adequate child care facilities, depending upon how that was defined. It was defined as a capacity, and all of those child care facilities might be priced at a certain way that the target population that one is trying to accommodate with the density bonus might not be able to afford the child care facilities. So therefore, the town might, in fact, incentivize the building of housing and force the families that had children that were benefiting from that to leave town to get child care facilities, depending upon what is meant by the language of adequate child care facilities. So it would seem like to me it's working against, if the town wants to be what I would consider a town, a small town character, as opposed to an affluent suburb, or a small town, at least in my understanding, would have a balance of population across ones. We need to accommodate that fully for those families, and so I would be concerned about the council being able to make a finding that we have adequate child care facilities when they may not be affordable for the very population that one is trying to target.
Is your question whether the General Plan Committee discussed that? Because you said that question was for you.
Well, it just, did one talk about those kinds of things, and then a question about what do you think about what I put out there?
The General Plan Committee did not discuss that issue. Commissioner Sack, Commissioner.
I agree. Again, we did not get into the specifics of this, but in complete concurrence with both of your comments with regards to the physically handicapped as well as the child care, we did have a representative from Mid-Penn come and speak specific to the child care situation, and that one of the factors that they consider when building a lot of these affordable housing was to have those built-in facilities, not only child care, but homework assistance, really almost like a village-like experience where many of these families can rely on each other because they are working unconventional hours that would require significant more child care than what one would need. So I would completely support that for that reason.
Anything to add, Commissioner Bourgeois? I saw a hand. Commissioner. Ms. Rooney.
Thank you. I just want to, again, provide a little context. First off, the discussion section that Commissioner Erickson is referring to is on page 9, and it's actually B2, and it indicates that, I'm sorry, it is. I just had it and then I lost it. Let me find it again. Yes, it is. So after B2, the second B2, there's a paragraph there that says the town shall not be required to provide a density bonus or incentive or concession for a child care facility if it makes written findings based on substantial evidence that the town has adequate child care facilities. Commissioner Erickson posed that as one of his questions to staff, and our response was that, first off, the town, I'm not sure on what basis those findings could be made, because I'm not sure if we actually even tabulate that type of data. I think our general plan probably articulates the needs for, as Commissioner Erickson very well discussed, trying to create that community that has all those types of facilities to provide. So I think it'd be very difficult to deny that, because I don't think we'd have some substantial criteria. However, that being said, there could be a facility nearby, and that could be potentially grounds for denial. The law is actually silent on that, and that's really up to the town to interpret that.
Let me just keep with the plan for a moment. Commissioner Erickson, are you satisfied with that answer because you got the answers back earlier? Or if the hands I see are raised as a follow-up to this particular issue, great. Are they?
Mine is.
Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I was just going to say to Mr. Erickson's point, I believe the discretion would be in the person, or really not person, the person's making that determination, which is a written finding based upon substantial evidence. I don't know that one would have to define the basis of that finding. In other words, the concern, as I understand it, is you might say, we've got all kinds of child care in this place, but it's $15 an hour or $45 an hour, whatever. And you would properly argue that's not adequate child care. But I would also think that if someone made a finding like that, they would be subject to attack because of the way that the way the language is on substantial evidence. So I don't, personally, if I were fooling around with this draft, I don't think I would try to define further what kind of substantial evidence getting to this, because I would think that if it were misused, as everything else in California is, it's subject to litigation. And I would think your point, which is well taken, would probably result in that, in the proper outcome. So I find that the more words we put in a draft, the more troublesome it can sometimes become.
Were the hands up also questions about childcare, Commissioner Bourgeois? No? Let me make sure that Commissioner Erickson finishes his questions before I go on to other general questions.
So I have one other suggestion. Section 4B1 of the guidelines allows the community development director to effectively bypass, by their decision, having an application that otherwise is provided for coming to the Planning Commission by their, if I read the language correctly, by their...
Can you give us a reference, page reference?
Page 13, bottom of page 13.
4B1.
Thank you.
Whatever that is. So in the context of that paragraph, at the last sentence, which starts on page 13, says the community development director and/or the Planning Commission may refer an application for a density bonus or any other entitlements to the town council for final consideration and action, which effectively, it seems to me, allows the director of community development to make a decision not to send something that is otherwise provided for to the Planning Commission.
Ms. Rooney?
And that's not the intent of the section. The section is to indicate that normally all architecture and site applications, which generally a density bonus would, state density bonus, would go to the Planning Commission. So this section was included to allow either the Planning Commission or the Community Development Director to then make that referral on to, if you want to say call it up to council, but to make that referral to move on the next step to council. In essence, it's not bypassing the Planning Commission, but if, for instance, staff believes, and I'll use the Riviera Terrace as an example, let's just say it was an architecture and site rather than a plan development, and it would just be heard by the Planning Commission. If there was community concern, this section would allow the director to make that referral, so it would be heard by the Planning Commission and then sent on to the council. And or the Planning Commission can make that determination also.
That's not how I read the language. It says that may refer an application for a density bonus or any other entitlements to the town council, where in the earlier paragraph it says when a proposed housing development needs an architectural site approval, then the Planning Commission will consider and act upon the density bonus. And that sentence allows the community, unless I'm misunderstanding it, the language, allows the community development director to send an architectural site application directly to the town council.
And again, that's not the intent. If we need to work on that, wording, we can do that.
If it's not the intent, the wording should be different.
Right. So I was just going to suggest, can we look to the members of the commission by show of hands for those who think that a redrafting to make the intent clear, as Ms. Rooney indicates, is required here? And that's unanimous. So as included in any recommendation that goes forward to the council, it's the consensus of the commission that that needs to be redrafted to indicate that the planning commission can't be bypassed. Other points, Commissioner Erickson?
I have a suggestion to section 4A5.
And again, can you give us a page reference?
I'll find it here in a second. At the end of the sentence that starts with the pro forma shall include, at the end of that sentence, I would suggest that one add the phrase could not otherwise be provided, so that B reads evidence that the cost reduction allows the developer to provide affordable rents or affordable sales prices that could otherwise not be provided. That's just a suggestion for consideration.
Okay, I'm sorry, but just for me, I'm missing where that appears. I'm looking at paragraph 5 and I don't see the sentence you're talking about. I'm missing it.
The second sentence says the pro forma shall include A, the actual cost reduction achieved through incentive or concession, and B, evidence that the cost reduction allows the developer to provide affordable rents or affordable sale prices.
Okay, and again, your suggestion is that that should read how?
That could not otherwise be provided.
Okay. Commissioners, any sense on that suggestion from Commissioner Erickson as to whether that should be included or not? And if you think it's fine, just give us a show of hands again. The language suggested by Commissioner Erickson. Looks like everybody agrees that that should be included, so can we put that?
And the reason is because it changes, it makes it much more clear to one purpose. Because in Los Gatos, I mean, affordable sales prices, I don't know, what are they? This way, it gives it more emphasis on what is not available. So I think it makes it much more clear. That's why we do it.
Let me just make sure Commissioner Erickson is done for now. Commissioner Bourgeois?
I wanted to respond to one of his questions about the physically handicapped. As I've been reflecting on what we discussed, my interpretation of it was never for a 100% handicap facility in my mind. The way I had interpreted, and maybe this was just in my head, so the other committee members can check me, but I thought we would, in part of a larger development, that we would count any units that were specifically designed for physically handicapped to count as an affordable unit. So for example, if they're trying to get to the 20% threshold to get the density bonus for 20%, in a 100-unit development, if they have 18 affordable and 2 handicap, that gets them to 20. That's how I had interpreted the including the handicapped into that category. And I could be wrong, but that's how I interpreted it.
That seems reasonable to me, but I can't say that I recall that discussion. Commissioner Sayak, do you have a recollection of that?
Unfortunately not. I mean, again, it makes sense to me, and if it were discussed at the GPC, I probably would have agreed to it, but I can't recall that actual conversation taking place.
A new question.
I guess I just want to respond. So my only thing would be, if you look on page 5, John, the number 4 says, if a housing developer elects to construct a housing development designed for and restricted to physically handicapped citizens, that language would suggest to me that the whole development needs to be restricted to. That's what I was reacting to.
And I agree with you, and I don't, that wasn't the intent of what I voted for on GPC, but that discussion was probably not as explicit as it should have been at GPC. But I agree that I have concerns about that item as well.
I agree with that as well. I don't recall a specific discussion about that, and I don't think that, I mean, we had the earlier discussion about 100%, and I'm with the not 100% suggestion. I'm going to take my turn to ask questions. Actually, I have heard from some of my fellow commissioners and had some concerns about this, and Ms. Quintana in her handout on page 2, the very last 2 bullet points, asks for a definition and clarification of the differences between incentives, concessions, and waivers. And Ms. Rooney, could you just give us an overview of that?
Yes. Incentives and concessions would be applied to development standards, so that's height, setbacks, open space requirements, so that'd be dimensional standards, development standards, site requirements, and then waivers are of the same thing, development standards, but it also includes conditions too, and that would be the distinction.
And those would be something that would be specifically included as by right in our ordinance, or something that the developer is going to now request and the town has discretion over granting or not granting based upon their effect on the economic feasibility of the project?
At first, I was going to say the town had no discretion, but you did a great qualifier there. So if the Planning Commission were to recommend the submittal criteria along with the pro forma requirement that requires the applicant to demonstrate that it is the concession, the waiver, or the incentive is needed to make the project economically feasible. And I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. So if we include that language, then I think that the town does have some ability to deny it if the applicant can't clearly show that that it's required to make the project feasible. The town does not have discretion to, if the applicant clearly shows that it's needed to make the project economically feasible, and the town cannot make the findings that we talked about earlier, that the concession or waiver would create an adverse impact, that it's not legal by federal or state law, then the town is obligated to approve it.
And just to follow up, you just answered it, but I want to make clear on Ms. Quintana in her written submission says, explain how incentives, concessions, and waivers can impact the town's ability to affect change at the A&S review. And it's essentially the town does not have discretion unless it can make a finding that there's some violation of state law, et cetera, as you just summarized.
Exactly. Or if the town determines through the financial information that is submitted that the concession, let's say, is not necessary to make the project financially feasible.
Then I actually wanted to go to your last slide just to get some further explanation, which is on your PowerPoint. Right. So as I understand the presentation, the answer here is that if the town does not end up adopting its own version of the state density bonus law, really the only potential adverse impact is that the developer now can simply request to go forward under the state law without any of the additions that were identified on the other draft, i.e. no pro forma requirement, no whatever it might be.
Precisely.
Right?
The town is obligated to act on the application.
Are there economic problems for the town if it doesn't do this? I.e., we often hear, well, if we don't get our housing element certified, we can get sued. Somebody can stop all building permits. The state can there could be adverse impacts. Aside from the fact that the developer can just choose to proceed under the existing state law, are there other adverse impacts on the town potentially?
And I'm going to defer that to the town attorney. I don't have other than the fact the town would be violating state law, I don't have an answer to that.
So I don't believe that if we don't adopt an ordinance, we're in violation of state law, and certainly housing advocate groups and the state housing department can certainly make that difficult and a requirement the next time we come in for the review of the town's housing element, which happens again in 2014, so quite soon. And while there may or may not be an action for a lawsuit or monetary damages, it certainly will make the town's ability to work with the State Department of Housing during the housing element much more difficult when we haven't met the criteria that we're required to in our current housing element as well as under state law. But there's no, I think you asked if there was any adverse economic matter. It doesn't appear currently under state law that that there's an economic disadvantage. And of course, as the Ms. Rooney indicated, that by providing more clarity, certainly giving a developer the guidelines with the town's requirements so that they have the burden to show the decision makers, but the Planning Commission, and if the matter proceeds to Town Council, that they meet the right criteria by providing economic information and other evidence that they meet the requirements. It certainly shifts the burden to force them to prove up their project rather than the town having to just follow state law guidelines and approve a project because we have an absence of evidence.
Other questions that have arisen during the course of this discussion, Commissioner Talsfor?
This is for me. I read public health and adverse effects to public health. Could you clarify that for me? And within that, I'm thinking things like impacts to increase of traffic and school populations would fall. But am I wrong about that? I mean, what exactly does that encompass? And if it doesn't include what I just mentioned, where do those fall?
So I don't have it in front of me, and perhaps Ms. Rooney might have a better recollection of the white paper that we've provided to both the GPC and the Planning Commission. Talked a little bit more about that. But there's a very narrow definition in state law as to that, and it does, my recollection is it does not cover and is not as broad as traffic impacts, school impacts, and again, land use decisions can't be made with respect to school under SB 50.
I understand.
So
I can cite state law for you, but I don't know if that's going to help because it isn't obviously that clear. And this is in regards to concessions or incentives. And it says the concession or incentive would have a specific adverse impact as defined in paragraph 2 of subsection D of section 65589.5 of the public health and safety, upon public health and safety or the physical environment or on any real property that is listed on the California Register of Historical Resources, and for which there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact without rendering the development unaffordable to low and moderate income households. So we would need to look up that section that's referenced, and we can do that. But that's the language. So I think you really have to determine that there is a significant adverse impact to public health, safety, or the physical environment.
Okay, still doesn't clear it up, so I'm not sure.
Let me see if I can ask a follow-up question to Commissioner Talsfor's question. How would those questions be addressed in an EIR? And I know that the housing element and the general plan conducted an EIR. And I also know that for the affordable housing overlay zones, for the general plan committee, that there's been a preliminary determination that perhaps the all-encompassing EIR for the general plan and housing element wasn't all-encompassing after all. So how would the factors that Commissioner Talsfor is addressing, independent of what you've read us, how would those be incorporated or looked at in an EIR?
maybe I'm not really understanding the question. So the question is, if you had a project for which a state density bonus application was applied, and the project required an environmental impact report, how would you analyze these impacts?
Well, normally an EIR would look at traffic. It would look at, potential adverse impacts, and I'm going to look to Commissioner Sayak and Commissioner Bourgeois to correct me here. But we're talking about we're talking about town and state incentives, waivers, etc. But as I understand it, you can't do an incentive, concession, or waiver with respect to the EIR review, which is going to encompass some things that these waivers or concessions may be saying we're not considering under this density bonus program. So how does the EIR review relate to or not relate to or take into account the density bonus issues?
So I think I'm going to speculate at this because that's probably the best I can do, and Judith might be able to add to this, but my sense would be the only time you could then determine that there's an adverse impact is if the EIR could not mitigate that impact. So if you had, for instance, an EIR that required the town to adopt a statement of overriding considerations, at that point, and the town did not adopt it because they felt that there wasn't a trade-off to allow for that adoption of that statement, then I believe that you could say there's an adverse impact. I'm not sure if Judith would agree. This is really speculative on our part.
Goes along with our comment about hypotheticals. And again, you're presuming that the project triggered a complete environmental impact report, whereas as this commission is aware that many of the housing projects come forward may be of a size that, or certainly in the analysis of the environmental analysis don't rise to a full level of an EIR. But with respect to EIRs and density bonus, you can't use the EIR as a sword to deny the concessions, waivers, and incentives that are allowed under state law. So a jurisdiction, I can't even begin to imagine the hypothetical, but for example, to defeat a project, you can't use that as the sword or if somebody's entitled to a concession under density bonus, unless it rises to that state law definition, of which we're happy to provide and bring back to the Planning Commission, just for your education going forward, is an adverse health impact rises to a much higher level when applied than a general finding of just there's an adverse impact to the community because of a type of use or things like that. But we can provide in some future materials to this group what that actual standard is, the language, and some specific examples of that, and we can bring that back just as informational to the Planning Commission, and certainly staff, if requested and recommended to the council in consideration as council were to take up this ordinance and program guidelines, staff could certainly address that issue prior to the time that it comes forward to council.
Commissioner Talsfor.
So, okay, so we allow a waiver or a concession and incentive of this development for low, affordable housing would increase the parking. But at the same time, it increases the parking unknown to us, but after, examination of it, or review before the Planning Commission or Council, we find out that it also increases the impervious surfaces. So then, is that a public health? Does that fall under there? What happens then? I mean, how
Well, I'm not
does
sure
that-
how you
or-
would find out something happened after post-approval, if I'm understanding
I-
it. But I guess my point
I
is,
mean,
is
if something
if
were
it can be
uncovered or
mitigated,
discovered, I have no idea. I'm just trying
if
to.
it can be mitigated,
Mhm.
then I don't believe you can consider it an adverse impact. I did find that section, if we want to read it, of the California Code that says a specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. So I don't know if that helps us anymore. But in essence, I would say if it can be mitigated, it would not be a significant adverse impact.
Commissioner Sayak.
I understand our concern for speculating on hypothetical situations, but again, the purpose of an EAR, it's not to be a sword, but it's to find the technical information the deciding body needs to adequately make the decision. And so it lays out the information out there. It provides information whether or not it can be mitigated. And those are the factors that the deciding body would need to take into consideration. There have been instances among us and among our council where we have a difference in opinion whether something can be mitigated. But I think the purpose of those studies is to provide that information as a third-party expert in that arena. And so to I guess, alleviate some of Commissioner Telesforce's concerns, with each specific study, whether it's an initial study, a mitigated neg deck, or an environmental impact report, all that information would be coming before you. So there would be, hopefully, no surprises after the fact. Does that help answer your question?
That helps.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay, everybody's deep in concentration or has fallen asleep. I'm going to open it to any member of the public who wants to discuss this with us. Ms. Quintana, you have 3 minutes, and we do have your written submission, obviously. Thank you very much. And that may not be on or close enough to. It might be broken, but.
Testing. Okay. Starting with the question that was being discussed last, it's my understanding from reading various CEQA cases, et cetera, that the state density bonus law is subject to CEQA. And within the document of the law, in some instances it says that it has to comply with the health and safety code or the health and safety. In other instances, it includes physical environment, which would imply subject to CEQA. And in other instances, it also indicates that it has to be consistent with state law or federal law, which would also indicate that it's subject to CEQA, which is the state law. After that, I have done a lot of research and reading on this, and I actually came to a conclusion that I pretty well understood what the density bonus law was, the state. Now I'm totally confused again, because I still have a problem understanding the answer about whether a project can be subject to both the 35% density bonus provided under the state law, the maximum, and our BMP requirements, or you have to choose one or the other. The answers that I think Wendy and Judith gave seem to contradict each other, so that you could still not be clear as to what it actually was. My concern is that we have 4 different things that can or cannot apply. The state density bonus law, the town's general plan density bonus, which in my understanding in the past has only been interpreted to apply to projects that are 100% senior or handicapped, in which case it would behoove a developer to use that rather than a 20% bonus under the state density law. Then there's the BMP requirements, which are mandatory by the town unless they're not when the state law is used. And then there's also the overlay zone. And it's not clear to me whether when the housing overlay zone is applied, whether they can still apply for additional bonus under the state density law. And I think all of that needs to be crystal clear in this document so that the average person reading this document has the chance of understanding it. Because right now, I think it's totally confusing.
Thanks. Are there any questions for Ms. Quintana? Commissioner Sayak has a question for you.
I guess if Ms. Quintana doesn't mind, I'd like to almost use her as like my sounding board, because for someone who has studied it as much as some of us have on the GPC, and it's still very confusing, I do worry that if someone who understands the material doesn't understand the ordinance, then how is the average person going to understand what we're trying to convey? And so what I'd like to do is at least give my understanding and see if that's how you understand it. And it is a question, so if that's okay with the chair. So there are specific sites where the overlay zone would apply. And a developer has to choose whether they are going to develop it through the overlay zone or through the density bonus law. And is that's
my that's the question I want an answer to, because from my reading of this document, that's not clear.
Okay, so that's one area you don't find clear. Okay, and then with regard to the BMP, there was that discussion that Commissioner O'Donnell had, and I understood it so that you can't double count. The stacking has been resolved, but I don't think we had, I don't think it has been resolved which approach we shall take, whether we amend our own inclusionary program or we just leave it as is.
My understanding was the stacking issue was addressed by council by saying you have to choose between the state density bonus law or the town's general plan density bonus policies. And I have a difference of opinion as to what that general plan policy actually means, because in the past it's only been applied to projects that are 100% handicapped or senior projects, not as it was applied for the Riviera Terrace. What was the other part of your question?
No, so you basically answered my question. And so I guess my next questions would no longer be with Ms. Quintana and with Ms. Rooney and staff, and how do we...
Before you ask the staff the questions, let's see if there's other questions for Ms. Quintana. Okay, I don't see any. Thank you very much. And let me see if there's anyone else in the audience that wants to address the commission on this issue. Seeing no one. I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing, and now Commissioner Sayak, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so I do question now. First question, is there a general plan density bonus policy?
Yes.
Yes. And so does a developer choose then? Is it clear that if they choose the state density bonus law?
It's very clear in the guidelines. It's section 1C on page 1. It states, I'll just read it. It states, applicants who elect to proceed with the housing development using the state law density bonus shall not be eligible for any density increases under the town's general plan density bonus policy, action HOU 29.3.
And we also codified that in the proposed ordinance in 2910.410 subsection B. An applicant who elects to proceed with a housing development using the state law density bonus shall not be eligible for any density increases under the town's general plan density bonus policy set forth in the town's housing element portion of the general plan.
And then the second part of that is, it has been said that the council has fixed the stacking with regard to the BMP numbers. Is that contained in here, or is that elsewhere?
I would disagree with that.
Okay.
I don't believe that the council has fixed that. I would interpret, but again, I think because the state law is silent to this, we're having to interpret the state law. My interpretation would be if we want to fix that, then we need to fix the BMP guidelines, because we cannot make the state density bonus law more restrictive, right? We all understand we can't make it more restrictive. If we were to say that you cannot apply both our inclusionary requirement, our BMP requirement, as well as the state density bonus law, I think we're then making it more restrictive. So our suggested, and I think we're both in agreement with this, our suggested way to resolve that is to modify the ordinance and resolution and guidelines for the BMP program.
Okay. And then, so then my question through the chair is, could we, what is the process in compiling the recommendations that we end up I know we had consensus on 2 specific wordsmiths, but things like that, can we make the recommendation to move forward if there is consensus, or how would you like to proceed?
If there's consensus, first let's make sure that I'm not sure I understand what Ms. Rooney is proposing. And let me throw this out there and see if I understand you correctly. That you're proposing that you would recommend to the council that there be some modification to the BMP guidelines, ordinance, whatever it might be, that would indicate, okay, if a developer chooses to proceed under the state density bonus program as codified now in town ordinance, whatever, then the requirements of the BMP plan do not apply.
That's
some such.
That's correct.
Is that what everybody understands? Okay. And then by a show of hands, do people agree that that's something that we want to recommend to the council, that change to the BMP? Okay. Yes, it is. So we can proceed by consensus. Then I wanted to follow up actually on Commissioner Sayak and Ms. Quintana. We're talking about affordable housing overlay zones, because this was one of my questions I submitted to staff. And they are not, unless I'm really missing something, specifically addressed in any of this material that we've gotten. Is that correct?
No, they're not.
And it's my understanding as a member of the General Plan Committee that the affordable housing overlay zone ordinances that are going to be drafted and proposed are going to actually contain language that says, if you choose to proceed under the affordable housing overlay zone, then you may not proceed under the state density bonus. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. And if I might elaborate just for a moment, the way we feel that we can do that is that the General Plan Committee's recommendations on these 5 affordable housing overlay zone sites are to offer the benefits that can be conferred through the state density bonus law, so that in essence those affordable housing overlay sites would have the same benefits that would be allowed through the state density bonus, and therefore we would not need to then add the state density bonus provisions to that. And we feel confident that we'll be able to write that into the affordable housing overlay zone ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Does everybody understand that portion? And Commissioner Sayak, in answer to your question, how are we going to proceed? So we've done 3 consensus, I think, recommendations. And what I would anticipate is that if someone were prepared to make a motion to recommend it, that we would just include our consensus motions as part of the recommendation. But before we do that, I would ask the commissioners just to go back to, and I know Ms. Rooney, I got us sidetracked in going through the additions. But are we capable of putting that slide back up? Okay, the one that says additions, the one that, and as I understand it, these are the things that we as a planning commission really have discretion over changing, deleting, adding to, modifying in our recommendation to the town council.
That's correct.
So if anyone has a question or recommendation regarding these particular things, which are found at pages...
I can go over those. So we've actually covered as far as the review process, and that's on page 13.
Right.
And I think we talked about the wording that the Commissioner Erickson's recommending we modify to make it absolutely clear that all density bonus applications would go to the Planning Commission, but then could be referred beyond the Planning Commission, after Planning Commission, to the Council. And so that's on page 13, it's section 4B.
So without you going through each one of them, I know that we've read our...
There's actually only 2 more. So there's the design, distribution, and timing criteria, which really just dictates how these units are constructed, when they're constructed. It's on page 14. It's section 3G. It's a rather small section. And then, I'm sorry, that's not on
I don't think
page
there's
14.
a 3G. There's a C, required findings, D, application administration fees.
I'm sorry, it's 3G, but it's on page 11. At the bottom of page 11.
Does anybody have any comment on that section? I'm not seeing anything.
And then also, we've added processing and monitoring fees. They're contained on page 14, and basically it just states that the fees will be established for not only processing the applications, but for the annual monitoring that would be established in the comprehensive fee schedule pursuant to how all of our fees are established.
Questions or comments on that section? I see nothing.
And I'm sorry, I accidentally omitted one. It's a density bonus housing agreement, which is contained in section 5 on page 14. It's at the bottom of the page. And this is a similar process that we use right now with our BMP programs. We require a housing agreement to ensure that these are maintained in accordance with the requirements of the ordinance. And it covers provisions for monitoring and the applicant's responsibilities.
Final questions or comments? Commissioner Talsworth.
Right. Ms. Rooney emailed us today the rewrite of under reduction or waivers of development standards on page 11, number 1. And that'll be included?
Yes.
In the okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to
That
make
was
sure.
a topographical error.
Yeah, right, but I wanted to make sure that'd be included.
Yeah.
And also, Chairman, Commissioner Erickson's, did we already do this? The suggestion you made about affordable housing?
Handicap housing?
No, it was the other one.
Childcare?
No, it was just
If
inserting.
adding the clause.
The
Yeah, we did
clause.
that.
We did that? Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, did everybody get a chance to look at the rewrite of that particular paragraph? And is everyone okay with it, including as part of our recommendation? Okay. So this is my final call for questions or comments. Commissioner Smith.
I'm actually going to make a comment, and I'd like to read something. I just want to acknowledge the staff work on this, and I also did some independent reading, and I just want to put one sentence into the record, if I could. And this is from the California Real Property Journal, Volume 29, Number 4. It says, "The statute is confusing, convoluted, and subject to endless debate about its requirements." So I think that's an amen to what has happened this evening, because we are struggling, the staff has struggled, and many cities have struggled. So I just want to congratulate everyone for hanging in there. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for finding that comment. Any other question? Commissioner Sayah.
Did we resolve the percentage of handicapped that we would, right now it currently stands at 100%, and
maybe I can provide some clarification. Staff's intent, and I'm I feel that it's not adequately stated in here, but staff's intent was to apply the exact same requirements that are on senior. So you would actually have to have a minimum of 35 units dedicated to handicap. I think the staff report says it, but I don't think the guidelines clearly articulate that. So a minimum of 35 units dedicated to handicapped housing, and you'd be eligible for a 20% density bonus. That's what staff's intent was. I don't think that's clear in the guidelines, but I also don't believe that's consistent with what Commissioner Erickson was raising.
Commissioner Erickson, is that consistent or not? I mean, I realize, I think that your comment was it should not be 100% physically handicapped, and Ms. Rooney is suggesting a criteria.
I would defer to her greater wisdom on this issue. You know, yeah, you capture my concern, something less than 100%. So it could be expressed in a variety of ways, and I wouldn't pretend to have any expertise about what the correct answer to the less than 100% was.
Are commissioners comfortable with including a similar definition as Ms. Rooney indicated with senior housing for physically handicapped in any recommendation that goes to the council? For, it was 35 units.
So it's a minimum of 35 units, and you would be eligible for a 20% density bonus.
By a show of hands, is that consensus agreement? And I don't see Commissioner Bourgeois' hand, so he doesn't think so.
Yeah, I'm still thinking, so it seems like
We
we could
give
do
you
more to
time.
incentivize it, but yeah, I'm okay with that.
Are you sure? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, does anyone want to attempt a motion? If not, I will try one, and it'll basically be to incorporate what we've done here tonight. And that motion would be to recommend that the town council adopt zoning code amendment A-12-001 using both the minutes from this meeting, the comments we've received, both oral and written, the questions that have been asked and answered by the commission, and I think it's now 4 consensus motions that we have agreed to with respect to changes that we'd like to see recommended to the council. And so that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bourgeois, any discussion or comments on the motion before I call a question?
Just for
Ms. Prop.
clarification, your motion includes adoption of the zoning code amendment as well as the resolution and program guidelines. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what my intent was. Secondary, okay. So any questions or comments on the motion as it stands now? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes unanimously. And I believe this has been calendared at the town council?
It's been calendared for June 4th with the understanding that it would be moved if we weren't able to get a recommendation on tonight.
Okay, and before I let everyone leave, we have to do a report from planning director. Is there one? Or director of community development, I'm sorry.
No report.
And are there any commission matters? Thank you very much, all of you, for your very hard work on this. I know that people paid a lot of attention, so I appreciate it. Thank you. And we are adjourned.